Welcome to day 3 of the Festival of Rail. I'm JD and I'm joined by my partner in crime tonight, Matt Peddleston, our exec producer for Train Sim World 2. Hello Matt, how's your Saturday been?
It's been great. It's been great. I've just realised my green screen's not really working, but we'll leave it like that and I'll fix it later on.
What were you going to have on your background?
Nothing. It just wasn't going to show the rest of the rubbish.
Okay, well this is probably a good indication of how the rest of the stream is going to go tonight. But we are delighted to have you all with us tonight. We have got a really action-packed, exciting next few hours for you on day 3 of the Festival of Rail. Matt, will you do the honours and show us the schedule for tonight, please?
There you go.
Kicking off tonight, we will be having a trip from St Austell to Penzance on the West Cornwall local by AJ Amiga, and then probably our highlight of the evening, we will be showing you what our progress has been on Steam, Spirit of Steam so far. We know everybody's quite excited for that one. We will be announcing the route, we'll be showing you some screenshots, and we'll be doing all kinds of other exciting behind the scenes look at how we've got to the point where we're at with Steam as it stands. We've then got a Let's Play with myself in the route, so I'm excited to see what it's like. Quick little note, we haven't timed the Steam session yet, so it might be that bleeds a little bit into the Boston section, so but I'm sure you guys will forgive us. Then we'll be heading over to the London Commuter route with DadRail. I've watched this one. It is a really great session, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. And then in a slight change to our original schedule due to some technical problems, we weren't able to get Game Over Gaming's video live. We'll try and do that again in a future live stream. But instead, Matt will be taking you on a BR Class 313 Let's Play to show off that loco. So, I'm very well aware that we are tonight. If you're on Steam, we'll be doing some fun rewards for you. So tonight we've got some Train Sim World emotes for you. You can see them down in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. For everybody who's tuned in every night so far, well done. You've got some really interesting emotes and backgrounds. And obviously Sunday, tomorrow, there'll be some Train Simulator backgrounds to kind of complete your collection. So, Matt, how are we feeling about tonight?
I think it's going to be great. I can't wait to sit here. I've got some great videos that we can watch, courtesy of AJ Omega and DadRail, and I think we're going to say, spend a couple of minutes just briefly skirting over the subject of Steam or something. So, it should be great. I'm really looking forward to it.
I mean, I think when we've done a little bit of a dry run through of this, Matt, we've probably had, I think, sections that we thought were probably going to take a couple of minutes to explain. I think we've put over to you, and I think we've got about 10 minutes worth of discussion around it. So it's all up for grabs tonight. But without further ado, we'll get started with tonight's schedule. And kicking us off tonight, we have the wonderful AJ Amiga, and he will be doing a run from St Austell to Penzance on West Cornwall local. Take it away, AJ.
Hello friends, and particularly for this occasion, viewers of Dovetail Games' Festival of Rail. Welcome into my little corner of the internet. My name's AJ Omega. I'm the presenter of a little show on YouTube called Another Station, Another Mile. Normally talking about old, real locomotives. Well, today we're driving an old virtual train instead. Probably on balance, my favourite route in Train Sim World 2. It's the West Cornwall local. Today we're going to be taking an absolute icon, a legend of British Railways diesel traction, and we're going to be hauling the mail. Quite literally, we're taking the mail down to Penzance from our starting location at St Austell, and this is our steed for the job. 47469. Say it after me. Nice. It's a nippy January morning. I wanted it to be realistic. It's in the dead of winter. It's a bit chilly. Let's do a little systems check. Master key on. Going to need that to be on. We also need that to be set to forward. Oh, and most importantly, it's the horn doing. Yep, that's working. Good. Let's get this thing moving, shall we? Let's go. This is only on 20% throttle, and we were already risking a bit of wheel spin there. Loud. The noise. That is a rumble. Those Sulzer engines. Or the Sulzer engine, I should say. Have a look and see what's going on at the back of the train as well. So there's the end of our rake of coaches. This is a complete rake of British Rail Mark 1 full brake coaches. Normally you'd have one, maybe two if you were being generous, but normally one in a consist for long distance passenger trains where they throw all the luggage. Also, this view is utterly stunning. Can we just appreciate that for a moment? I mean, just look at this. This is absolute perfection. Oh, and the sun gleaming through the trees, glinting through the trees. No leaves on at the moment because, you know, winter. The glow, the yellow glow. Oh, that is beautiful. One thing I've always said, again and again and again, because it bears repeating, one of my favourite things about the Dovetail games, especially Train Sim World games, has always been the lighting. The lighting and the kind of weather, atmospheric effects, the sunshine glinting off the locos, the lighting, everything looks gorgeous. It looks great. It really does from that perspective. And something like this, a very cold, early morning in January. Yeah, it's just beautiful. Anyway, I'm rambling on. I actually should be doing 60 miles an hour at this point, so should we do that? Because this throttle goes all the way up to 10. It doesn't quite go up to 11, but I think as you can hear, it doesn't need to. Yeah, you wanted to haul the mail. We have got the loco for the job. There you go. Promise I'll stop taking photos now. And instead, what I'll do is take a sip of my mug of tea that I prepared for this early morning jaunt. Well, if you're up at 8:30 in the morning driving trains across Cornwall, you need a cup of tea, don't you? Oh yes, lovely. There we go. Oh, that's just spectacular. I mustn't drive the entire route in this camera view, especially as that was a yellow signal we just went through. And at the moment, the next signal, in just under a mile away, is red. So we'll have to be a little bit careful. We've sped up to 37 miles an hour. Let's give a little initial application of brake, while also taking another screenshot, because just look at that beautiful view. I think you're starting to see very quickly why I have such a love affair with the West Country, the Great Western Main Lines and the Cornish Main Lines, things like that. It's just my kind of part of the world, really. So this is the go via location marker that's coming up. The actual red signal is still 900 odd yards away, so we can cruise up to this. We're just, because it's only the mail train, we are looking to stop at Penzance. We're looking to get to Penzance just before 9:20. So in about 50 minutes spot on. So now what I'm wondering is, you know, just how loud can this thing be? What I'm also wondering is my tea good to drink? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes. But what I'm also wondering, above all of those things, is how pretty this game can be. No, that's not that. What I'm actually wondering about is... Yes, that's what I thought. Okay. I did wonder if, once we had gone via that location marker, whether that would turn the signal up ahead green. If we had the road, as it were. And, well, we do. So that can mean one thing, and one thing only. We're going to make a lot of noise. Just listen to it. It's the sound of God waking up hungover and then discovering there's an unpaid tax bill outside his front door. That is angry. He's angry, is what I'm saying. This is beautiful. Going past the freight plant here. There's various scenarios featured here. I should also remember the name of this plant. I'm good with a lot of the stations on this route. But most importantly, we've got the road. We've got 60 miles an hour coming through the points. We've got the sun rising in the distance. There's a beautiful backdrop. And I promise I will stop spamming screenshots. But there you go. There's proof of how much I really enjoy the... There's a little branch going off up there as well. Where would that go? Where would that go? I'm trying to remember. Answers in the comments. So, well, at the moment, the speed limit is still showing 65 on the speedometer, but I wonder if that's just... Well, we should be clear of it now. We're now into a section of single track running. And what's particularly interesting about this is we are up to 60 miles an hour, so I'm just going to let off the gas now. Let off the throttle. What's interesting about this section is, as you can see to the left of our loco, to driver's left, there's very much a big space between our track and the edge of the, what would be the words, the alignment, the track bed, if you will. Looks like almost as if there was space for another track there at some point. Well, yeah, that's kind of what it was. This section was singled at some point. I can't remember off the top of my head when, but yeah, once upon a time this would definitely have been double track. And you can tell that by the fact that the track bed is definitely wide enough for 2 tracks, even though only 1 is on it at the moment. It's a bit like there's certain tells, certain giveaways that you can have, that you can spot for spotting the history and what used to be in a certain location. Like, for example, in my experience, 90% of car parks at railway stations are former freight yards or freight signings, goods yards, goods sheds, things like that. Especially if they angle out from the main running lines at an angle, like they're not kind of square on, if that makes sense. That almost certainly would have been a fan of sidings for goods, because at once upon a time, when there were no roads or lorries or vans or anything like that, all freight would have gone by rail. Just like, indeed, our rake of mail. That used to go by train once upon a time. And right now, it is going by train. How do I know that? Well, I'm driving the train in question. And we're on quite a steep decline down here. This is another great thing about Devon and Cornwall. It's just, there's no part of it that's flat in any way. None of it is flat in any way. It's all up and hill and down dale, especially around Dartmoor and places like that. I mean, there's a reason why no railways go through or over Dartmoor. You just can't do it. The Great Western Railway, when they got down to that part of the world, they ran their Great Western Main Line along the seawall. That's how we got the Dawlish seawall and things like that. The London South Western Railway decided to go the other way and go over the top of Dartmoor on the line, which has just recently partially reopened, back to Oakhampton. But of course, that used to be an entire line that went all the way over the Meldon Viaduct, all the way down to Tavistock and Beer Alston, Gunners Lake, places like that, all the way down to Plymouth. But basically, they both had to go round Dartmoor because it was just so hilly. There was no way they could tunnel through or go over the top of it. You just couldn't do it. And even in this part of the world, it's not exactly billiard table smooth. And that's one of the reasons I love it. You get some spectacular scenery in all directions. And we're actually, in the time it's taken me to explain about how hilly this part of the country is, we've gone from a 1.4% downhill gradient to a 0.8% uphill. And I've not just left the brake on. Good. I say that because generally I have done that a few times. But as you can see, we are losing speed, so we might want to pick up the throttle a bit again. It's not by much, but it can all add up across a run like this. On a morning like this. I said I wouldn't keep spamming screenshots. I will try my best. I'm sorry, it's just the game is far too pretty for its own good. I'll sip tea instead. How about that? And I'll give the horn a little honk. Hang on. It's a very good sounding horn on this 47, which of course I think is originally from the... Come on, let's get moving. I'm just looking over, just put the throttle up to max because I keep looking over the speedometer and we're still losing speed. It's like, come on. We are going, the incline is getting steeper. Here we go. You really do have to bring the noise with this thing. As Public Enemy once sang, bring the noise. This is this loco in a nutshell, really. First built in the 1960s. Many, many examples still in service today, including a good 30 odd, I think, which are preserved on various heritage lines. And it's funny because they are such a unique thing and such a famous part of British rail history now. Whereas back in the day, my dad always said, he was a big train spotter in the 70s, he always said that there was they were greeted with eye rolls. Oh, another bloody 47, because they were just everywhere. They were basically their generation's equivalent of the Class 66 today. You'll see a 66 basically, if you travel on the trains for any length of time in the UK, you'll probably see a Class 66, just by accident, you know? There's just so many of them. So this tea is very good. But also, and once again, while we've been talking, look at we're now on a 1.5% downhill gradient again. So this is what I'm saying. Keeps you on your toes as a driver. That's kind of what you want. And yeah, it's funny how back in the day they were treated as just another, just a boring, like, oh, why is there something not more exciting around, like a Deltic or a Western or, something like that? Oh, it's going to be another 47, so boring. Nowadays, it's like they are legends and, well, rare. But there are still a lot of them around, either in active service or preserved. Them and the Class 37s are kind of the two that have really stood the test of time, and the Class 08s, but I guess there's millions of 08s around. And if you're looking at this loco and you're thinking, well, I don't recognize it, but aren't there some locos that look very similar to this that operate, say, the Night Riviera for GWR? You'd be right. They do look very similar, because the Class 57s that operate the Night Riviera, and there's a few others here and there, I think some work for like West Coast Railways and that, for rail tours, they're re-engined 47s. So they are these locos, but with new engines in, new internals. I believe they're General Motors based engines. So you could basically say that they're Class 47s that have been LS swapped. They've had Chevrolet V8s put in them, sort of, well, the train equivalent, I guess. And yeah, that's why they look so similar. They are literally re-engined 47s. I like that a lot. Finding a use for old locos, recycling old locos, keeping them going. I know there's been some Class 73s that have been re-engined. They're into the 73/9 series with those. They've been re-engined, given a spruce up, and they're good to go again. And they're doing it now with a selection of the old Class 56s, and some of them are being converted, re-engined, and brought out as Class 69s. Say it with me now, nice. So there you go. That's the multiple lives that these things have led. So this is a Class 47/4 that we're driving. 47469. Again, nice. And I didn't choose the number of the loco. It was randomly generated. I did not choose this life. But yeah, this is a 47/4. And basically what that means is it's got electric train heating. So the original ones would just have, steam heat, I believe. So these have full electric train heating. So those brake vans, those full brake vans, will be nice and warm. They'll be nice and toasty for the folks in there sorting the mail. Now, I believe, I'm not sure if it's the case on these, or whether it would just specifically be on a travelling post office train, which, if you've ever heard the poem, Night Mail by W.H. Auden, the old film made around that poem in 1936, I believe it was, or if you're me, you've heard the song by the brilliant band, one of my favourite bands out there, Public Service Broadcasting, who do a whole song themed around the poem with samples from that film. That's the Night Mail. That's discussing what was the travelling post office, which is the thing that actually had, it was a post office on wheels. That's exactly what it was. It was a fully functioning post office on a train, including it had those mechanisms where it could grab and pick up parcels and mail bags from the side of the line. I believe the Great Central Railway has a full preserved example of that system. They've got a rake of the coaches and the old kind of grabbing arm mechanism system at the line side, which is very, very cool. That's what that was referencing. This is just a general, we've just got a lot of mail to move around, so we're going to bung a load of them into Mark 1 full brake coaches, like I said, which would normally just be full of luggage and stuff anyway, so makes perfect sense. You'd also have things like GOVs, general utility vehicles, I believe that's what that stood for, all sorts of vans and parcels, kind of wagons and vehicles and vans and things like that. It's a kind of traffic that I've always been a bit fascinated with, because it's kind of interesting. It's like somewhere between a passenger and a freight train. It's like a freight train, but without the traditional, freight composition of wagons and things like that. So, and I was talking to my dad about this recently, and he seems to remember, and I don't know if the train we're driving right now would be an example of that, or whether it would have to specifically be the travelling post office, but if you were a stamp collector, you could actually collect the stamp of a letter posted via the travelling post office, because all post offices have their own unique stamp, like an identifier, and the travelling post office would have its own. So you would get a letter specifically stamped and posted via the travelling post office, and that would be part of your collection of stamps and things like that. So it was his own thing. Also, I've just noticed we are coming up on a speed, not a speed restriction as such, but we will have to slow down momentarily. So we're up to 60 miles an hour again. I think we can let off. And still got 2.2 miles to get down to that speed as well, so yeah, we can keep pushing on. Especially as we're climbing quite a steep gradient again. That does seem to happen, you know. Like I said, it's almost like we're in a very hilly part of the world. But what a way of traversing that part of the world. On a beautiful section of railway, in a beautiful old diesel loco, with everyone's morning mail behind us. So who knows? There could be people waking up in Penzance going, "Oh, I wonder if that." I don't know. Well, it wouldn't be a Christmas card. It would be a bit late if it was a Christmas card. They would have missed the Christmas postage times for sure if that was the case. We're going into another tunnel here, and we are in complete darkness. I can barely see anything. Luckily, I can see enough of the... I like having at least the instrument lights on the panels here. Now, I know the cab lights, there's two separate cab lights on these, and now all of a sudden we're on a 1.6% downhill gradient. So there you go. You've got to keep your wits about you driving this route. We do have a green light, though, green signal. Yeah, there you go. So you've got left and right cab lights. So there's the cab lights on that side, or if we just want this side's one on, I can do that. I don't want any of them on at the moment. So, as we now heading towards, I want to say this is Truro we're coming up on. Quite a steep decline into Truro station. So I'll just pop the brake on, initial application. I feel like we're going to need a bit more of that if we want to slow down to 30 miles an hour in 0.7 of a mile. Yeah, I might just give it a bit more brake if that's all right. Given that we are closing in very rapidly, yet we're still not slowing down. I'm going to give it full service, actually, because we're on such a steep decline, but it's also a lovely view, and it's a lovely morning, so can you really blame me? Oh, there you go. Sorry, I said I wouldn't spam anymore. Oh, we've got semaphore signals. Oh, yes. A sign you know we're deep into Great Western Country, and especially deep into Cornwall. There we go. Right, we've slowed down to 30 miles an hour. In fact, we're now at 20, 19, 17, 16, 15, 14. I didn't want to actually come to a full stop. I didn't want to do that, and we're now going up an incline again, so there we go. We're good. I do also, for this journey, because sometimes, you know, not even a cup of tea this early in the morning on such a cold January morning will do the trick. Sometimes you need something else. Some chocolate. More specifically, a Kit Kat biscuit. It's very nice. Other chocolate biscuity snacks are available, of course. Just in this case, I've got Kit Kat, and that's fine by me. There we go. Anyway, enough. Right. So to come across the bridge, lovely semaphore signal there. Like I said, sure sign we're in deepest Devon now, particularly as we're trundling through Truro station. I believe this is Truro. Yes, there we go. That'll let everyone know I'm here. There you go. There's a sprinter in the bay platform there. Some wagons, some dogfish wagons over in the sidings over there. There's also, we're now actually speeding a little bit. There's a 37 parked up in the yard there. Another sprinter. Morning, mate. There you go. Oh, and we're now slowing to a stop again. No, we don't need that. We've now got a very steep climb out of the station, and in fact, the speed limit's gone back up to 60, so you know what I think that calls for? A lot of thrash. Yeah, lots of it. A lot of noise. I think that's what it's called for right now. I'm sure you all agree. But yeah, Simon, that we're definitely in deepest Cornwall, where to this day, I believe, in large sections of Cornwall, there's still held semaphore signals. Specifically out in this area, the old Great Western style lower quadrant semaphore signals, because for the most part, with some exceptions, it's quite interesting as well, because look, we've still got colour light signals at certain points, but we've also got semaphores working in tandem as well, just where semaphores, they just never got around to replacing them, and they're just like, well, they still work, so we're good. We're going to head off over this way. There's another branch line that I'm not entirely sure where it leads. So again, answers in the comments, please. And yeah, with the thing was, back in the day when semaphore signals were de rigueur, just all over the place, most of the rest of the UK used upper quadrants, which basically meant that if it was at a horizontal position, just like flat, stop, which is exactly what the signal in 2.4 miles is saying to us as well. So we'll just have to pay a little bit of attention to that. And if they went up, if they tilted upwards, that will be go. You're good to go. Now, obviously, the Great Western Railway, they like to do things differently. So they decided to do theirs the other way around. If the signal was at horizontal, start to stop, that bit stayed the same. But instead of going up to signify go, their signals went down at an angle, at a sort of diagonal. So the signals in this area, because even after the grouping of British Railways and all that, the semaphore signalling just stayed the same. I guess they just thought, well, drivers in each region know and are used to certain ways, and even if you get a driver that's moving between regions or is not familiar with a different kind of signal, the universal truth is that if a signal's at horizontal, you know, perfectly flat, straight, it's stop. Wherever you are in the country, that means stop. If it's up or down, it probably means go. You're good. So, you know, I've always had a fascination. I think there's something lovely about the old semaphore signals, in the same way there's something lovely about old locomotives and like steam and diesel locomotives. It's the mechanical feeling. It's the fact that if you've ever been at a heritage railway or somewhere on the main line where there's still semaphores, it's not just a light going off or on. It's literally, you hear the kind of clonk, you know, what used to be in fully like hardwired levers from the signal box and things like that. And even now you feel it goes up, it goes shoot, and then if it comes down again, clonk like that. Same with the lower quadrants on the western region. You hear it properly clonk down as it comes down into the go position. Speaking of which, that was timed perfectly because the signal in front of us has just gone to green as well. Green for go, so we're good. We may proceed in our continuing southwesterly direction. And I'm especially fascinated with semaphore signals now because I actually got one as a Christmas present this year in my collection of weird and wonderful railwayana that appears to be massing. Yeah, I now own a semaphore signal. Well, more specifically, the signal arm, not the entire signal. That would take up more than... There's far too much room in my house, I'll be honest. But it's the semaphore signal arm and spectre plate. So it's the complete, you know, the red bar with the white stripe on it, and the plate at the end where you'd have the green, although it's actually blue, but you'd have the green window and then the red window, to which, you know, when it was in a given position, if it was in the stop position, it would be, the red lens would be in front of the lamp on the signal, so it'd be showing a red light. And then when it was in the go position, it would be behind the blue lens, but the yellow light shining through it would make a green colour, so it would show as a green light. So there you go. And yeah, it's just sat next to me here. It's very cool. We seem to have worked out that it may well have come from Morton-in-Marsh, in the sort of, I want to say Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire way, around that part of the world. Great Western Territory for sure, so it would fit. It's also got a stamp on it. It's all comes from the marks. There's actually like little stamps, like marks on the actual bar, the kind of the blade of the signal, including BR brackets W, which denotes British Rail Western Region. Yeah, you can tell that because it's a lower quadrant signal. 1976, which would have been the date that it went up, and MM, which I seem to have identified as the signal box code for Morton-in-Marsh. But there was a few other signal boxes that appear to have used that code, but they weren't on the Western region. So that's scanned in the right way. The one that was on the Western region that used the code MM appears to be Morton-in-the-Marsh. So that's really cool. And yeah, I just own a signal now, apparently. The things you get into, the railwayana goodies and things that you happen to come across. It's rather fascinating. But yeah, even before then, I always loved the kind of mechanical feeling of old semaphore signals. Like I said, next time you're at a heritage railway, or if you happen to find yourself at a part of the world, on the part of the network where there's still semaphores, I believe, is it Worcester Shrub Hill? I want to say there is a station out in the sort of West Midlands or like a Worcestershire, Oxfordshire way where there are still semaphores. In fact, I think Morton-in-the-Marsh might still have semaphores to this day. I know down in Cornwall they still do, because when I visited Penzance myself a few years ago, I came down on this very route, being hauled by a loco that looked a bit like this one, but not quite, because it was a Class 57, because I came down here on the Night Riviera, and it was very lovely. And I remember we crossed over the bridge over Saltash, which is basically the entry, the unofficial entry into Cornwall. I'm trying to remember the actual name of the bridge. One of Brunel's magnificent structures, one of Brunel's many magnificent structures. And I woke up, it was just the first light of dawn, just as we were coming through. So it was like 5 in the morning. This was the height of summer, by the way. So it was darker than this, but obviously it was 5 in the morning in the summertime rather than 8 in the morning in the winter. So it was a spectacular view. And I remember I had breakfast on the train, you know, as we were coming through. It was like 6:30, 7 when we were coming through this part of the route, including this very clearly abandoned station. My abandoned station senses are tingling. They're like Spidey sense, but not quite as good for general things. They're only really activated by signs of old railway things. I'm just sort of walking along an old cycle path or a footpath, and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Abandoned railway sense is tingling. Is this the old alignment to a railway? In many cases, the answer is yes. So I wonder. Again, answers in the comments. We need to do some fact-finding. We need to do some digging. We know the active stations on this line, and we know a lot about the active routes of this line. What about the abandoned stations? What about the secrets? What are they not telling us? What are you hiding from us, Dovetail Games? Actually, Dovetail Games would probably be like, we're not hiding anything from you, we're just modelling what's there. Very well. In which case, we need to go deeper. Anyway, outside of abandoned stationception, which is the unreleased sequel to the Inception film, never quite gelled the same way with audiences. Anyway, we've got 16 miles to our next go via location marker. We've come through Truro, which always seems to be the sort of first major leg of this route. You kind of have that run down from St Austell to Truro, and I know a lot of the stopping services, or a lot of the sprinter services you get, are like stopping services between Truro and Penzance. I mean, you saw there was a bay platform right there facing in the direction of Penzance at Truro station, and there was a sprinter in it. So I believe we're about a third of the way through the run now, which is useful because we're supposed to be at Penzance, or we're due to arrive at Penzance in about 23 minutes. Yeah, about 22 minutes. I don't know if we're going to be on time for that. I'm really not sure, but we'll do our best. We will do our best. Penzance platform 1, 9:19:56. So, yeah, about 21 minutes. We may well have 21 minutes to go. And, well, we're giving it the beans right now, because we kind of have to. One of the disadvantages of being an old loco, it's not like the power comes on instantaneously. It's got 2,580 horsepower. Originally, these trains started out with 2,700 horsepower, I believe, and I think they were derated to help with reliability. Just a smidge less horsepower. You can do with like 100 less. You know, in your car, you'd notice if you lost 100 horsepower. On a loco like this, you're fine. You're probably good. So we've got to slow to 40 miles an hour in about 1.3 miles. So let's do that, shall we? Now we are going up at 1.0% gradient, but it is now leveling out. So that'll help us bleed off some speed. Trying to remember the order of the stations. Like I say, I'm never. I like maps, but then again, I was never very good at geography at school, if that makes sense. I couldn't navigate myself. I like looking at maps, but I can't exactly navigate by them. So I'm trying to remember off the top of my head which the order of the stations we've got coming up. I know St Earth is the last one before Penzance for us. We might want to start slowing down a bit more because we're actually now going downhill again. So, once again, them pesky gradients keeping us on our toes. 50, 49, 48, 47. Oh, I think I recognise this one. I recognise this one, but I can't tell you which one it is. It will have to be once we actually get through the station. but I do recognise it because I believe I visited here on my trip to Penzance that I was mentioning about before. On the Night Riviera, I stayed in Penzance for a few days, had a little summer break down there. It was lovely. Very, very nice. What a gorgeous part of the world. And Penzance itself is beautiful, as you'll see in this run, hopefully. And I remember travelling around a bit, around Cornwall. And I think I came up to this... Oh, no, it wasn't quite this station. I think I'm thinking of Camborne. I'm probably thinking of Camborne, and I want to say this is Redruth. Yeah, I think this is Redruth. Where's the running in board? Where are they? Where are they? Yes, it's Redruth. Okay, so this is Redruth. And somewhere soon will be the stop for Camborne, which I remember visiting because I believe it's in that area where the Cornwall Model Railway Centre people are based. So I went to look around at some small trains, very small trains. And I also went up to St Earth to take a visit to St Ives, one of the most beautiful places I think I've ever been to in my life. It is absolutely stunning. What a gorgeous little branch line run out to St Ives. The station at St Ives is pretty tiny compared to what it used to be. It used to be pretty epic for what it was, mainly because it had to fit in such ginormous holiday trains, like full-length expresses had to go down that line because it was just so many people wanted to go to the seaside there. And I mean, the station itself is pretty... There's not much left of what was there in terms of the station, but the views that you get out across the bay there is absolutely gorgeous. I remember coming around the corner and seeing the kind of beach and the coves spreading out in the distance and the sea, and my mouth just fell open. I was like a cartoon character. It just went clangs on the floor. It was stunning. Absolutely beautiful. So then I got off the train and I remember looking around and going, wow, beach and seaside, what a lovely view. Anyway, where's the pub? And I spent most of the afternoon in a lovely local pub, which is really nice. And very, very cool. I have nothing but happy memories of my trips to Devon and Cornwall, as do my family, to be honest, especially my dad. Like I said, he loved train spotting down in the West Country, mainly because that was where his beloved Westerns roamed a lot of the time. It was the best combination of seeing his favourite locomotives around, which were the Westerns, and his favourite parts of the railway network in terms of scenery and things like that, which were the West Country, which are out this way. And what I think is quite interesting, I'd love to see if Dovetail fancy implementing this at some point. I would love to see, because basically, technically this route is supposed to be set, I think, in the early 90s, which is kind of perfect for me, because that's when I was born. So it's right in my era, it's right in my vintage, if you will. Just got to be careful not to start speeding a bit here. Once again, we're going down quite a steep incline. This might be Camborne we're coming up on, actually. I just remember seeing like a footbridge just kind of beyond the station. I think I remember crossing that bridge. I kind of did a big lap of the town and then came over the footbridge and went back to the station that way. So, well, we've got a green signal. That's all fine. We can do 70 miles an hour in a minute if we want to. So, yeah, one thing I would love to see Dovetail Games do, if they can, add some extra features to the route, is they've already, because when it first released, it just had the Sprinter and 37/5 with it, which is great. That covers what you need in those early 90s runs. However, they do have a couple of locos and trains and units in the game that would feel right at home here in various eras, namely the Class 52 Western and the HST. Now, the Westerns called this line home from their introduction in the, coming brain off the top of my head, I want to say late 50s, early 60s, through to their withdrawal in 1975-76. So, oh, there you go, there's a level crossing back there. This might be once again, this should be Camborne, isn't. So, yeah, this was their home for the longest time, hauling express trains and things like that. So, the fact that they're in the game, I mean, you've got the old style maroon half yellow ends livery on the preserved Western Campaigner in the West Somerset Railway route. That's the old school one, if you want to do like a 60s vibe. Or through late 60s, early 70s, until their withdrawal, you've got the BR Blue livery from the Legends of the Great Western Pack for the Great Western Express route, Paddington to Reading. So you've got that, and they would fit in perfectly down here. And because a lot of the infrastructure hasn't changed, this is Camborne. Here we go. There we go. There's Camborne. We trundle through at 50 miles an hour. Honk. There we go. And what's that? We can do 70 miles an hour now. Well, don't mind if I do, really. Because I suspect we might have some time to make up. I've been rambling quite a lot. I don't know if you noticed that. I do like doing that. But yeah, not only would the Westerns fit in down here perfectly in a sort of early 70s vibe, the HSTs would fit in down here in all sorts of vibes because, well, they superseded the Westerns on this route, on cross-country, big express in-city trains, in-city 125, which is literally in the name. And so we're just going to let off now. We're now at 70. We're going downhill quite a lot, and we're going to have to slow it back to 60. So, hey, you see what I was saying earlier? Colour light there. We've still got a lot of semaphores down here as well. So, give me a bit more break. Come on. I've just unlocked an achievement. TSW2 Officer. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it's a specific sort of mileage achievement. But, we're not going to break in time. 63, 62, 61. It's close enough. Come on, give me that. It's close enough. We now have to slow to 50 miles an hour in another mile, so I'm just going to leave the brake on a bit more there. We should hit 50 pretty easily. We're already down to 53. But yeah, you've got so the Westerns will be perfect with this route as well, plus the HSTs, because, well, they ran on this route from 76 onwards, 76, 77 onwards, all the way up until they're retired, all of 3 years ago. And I was there in their last week of runs on the Great Western Main Line, Paddington all the way down to Penzance. And the great thing is, you've got all sorts of areas. You've got the original British Rail days, the intercity liveries, the Swallow livery, my favourite, amazing. That's the one I grew up with. You've got all the different, post-privatisation liveries that they could run down here. And in the game already, you've got the modern-day GWR liveried HSTs from, again, the Great Western Express route. You could run those down here, St Austell to Penzance, simulating a London Paddington to Penzance service. And what you could also do, of course, is since they were retired from the in-city duties, they've now been put back into service in shorter form as the, what are they called? The castle sets. That's the one. You can make some slightly edited liveries for them, give them the nameplates and that, and there you go. You've got 4 coach sets. Maybe tweak them a little bit where a lot of them have been, I think all of them actually, have been converted to central locking, or what's the word? Not, oh my goodness, what is the word? Press button to open, like, not non-manual doors, I should say. That is also another abandoned platform. So, detectives, we need to get on that. But yeah, you could simulate them in that form with the central locking and, but not central locking, the push button to open. Well, oh my God, I'm tripping. Do you ever get that? Where you just can't remember a certain word? Hopefully you guys understand what I'm trying to say. But yeah, you could easily simulate that. So it'll be really cool to have that functionality in the game. Now, of course, you can create custom services. So it might be something I end up playing around with it a bit. But if it's in the game to begin with, that would also be really cool as well. In the same way that they have added some other locos that would have fit in perfectly on this route at certain points in history. Like this would have been all over it through the 70s and 80s, and in different liveries through into the 90s. The Peaks, the Class 45s, which also come from the Northern Transpennine route as well, I believe, they fit in perfect down here because they mostly did cross-country services, if I remember rightly. Or rather, if I remember what my dad has told me rightly. He always says they used to run like the cross-country services, which, I mean, I don't want to say things were always better back in the old days, but all I'm going to say is back in those days, it would have been a Class 45 Peak, diesel loco, full-length express train for your cross-country services from, Birmingham to Penzance and all across the country. Nowadays, it probably will be a Voyager. And, that I'm not the biggest fan of Pacers, but if there is one unit I don't like, I like even less than Pacers, it's Voyagers. So that is not a downgrade. That is not improvement. That is not the march of progress and modernity in my books. But you can simulate the old peak hauled cross-country services on this West Cornwall local route as well. and that's very cool. Very cool. Always cool to have more loco-hauled passenger services. And I mean, goodness me, like, can you imagine when, you know, obviously for years and years now, there's been the tease of eventually getting Steam services into Train Sim World, which will be just an absolute game changer. Can you imagine when that's the case? Oh my word. Doing a run like this at the controls of a Great Western King or castle or hall, hauling your fitted or unfitted freights with a pannier tank engine or a GWR 280, something like that. A mogul, maybe. Woo-wee! Possibilities are endless. You can also tell I'm rather a Great Western Railway nerd. The south and the west are my sort of home areas of the map. I'm obviously a southern boy. I've grown up in Kent, so I'm a southern region boy, I guess. You know, it's as if I'm supporting companies that haven't existed in over, you know, like almost 100 years. Almost exactly 100 years, actually. Because in 1923 was the grouping that formed the Big Four. And, well, next year will be 2023. So there we go. Also, I've got to slow down to 45 miles an hour. So let's do that, shall we? Let's make that happen, while I also have a bit more Kit Kat. There we go. 50, 49, 47, 46, 45. There we go. And what station is this? Oh, do you know what? Hang on a minute. No, that's the scenic thing. Okay, it doesn't show what... hang on. I'm getting confused here. There we go. No, where's my train? I need to get back on it. There we go. We're good. I didn't just have an out-of-body experience and lose control of my train. Didn't do that. But I'm trying to remember what station that was. I guess we'll just have to check the map at... when we get off at Penzance, we'll have to check one of the maps on the platforms, of which there are plenty. Speaking of which, we can now do 70 miles an hour again, so I think we should. Given that we are supposed to be at Penzance in 7 minutes time. We've got go via location is 4.1 miles. Once we get to St. Earth, I'll know we're not very far away. So with any luck, we shouldn't be too far behind. Like I say, it's a mail train. It's not sticking strictly to, you know, timetabling, but, you know, I like to be punctual. I'm not very good at it, but I do like to be. If I can be, I do like to be. And, you know, any excuse to let the souls and motors make a lovely racket. And they do like doing that. They do rather like doing that. And of course, you know, Doris wants to get her mail. Nigel wants to get his mail. I don't know what that mail is. To be honest, to be honest, they might not want it. If it's a council tax bill, they might not want it. Oh, here we go. This looks like St. Earth. Here we go. This is St. Earth. So right there, well, let's give it a honk of the horn. There we go, straight through St. Earth. Over there is the Bay platform. That's actually got some wagons in it at the moment, but that's the branch for the line down to St. Ives. And you probably saw as we came to the station there, an absolute festival of semaphore signals. They're all over the place. And when I went down there in 2019, they're still there. So here we go. Here's one on the left. So here we go. It's in the down position, lower quadrant, to signalise go. And as we go through, it will... I don't know if you can see it in the distance. I don't know if you can see it in the distance. There we go. It's clonked up into the horizontal position. So there we go. That's how your lower quadrant semaphores work in Devon and Cornwall. Well, all over a lot of the western region. So lots of Wales, most of Wales as well. The West Midlands as well. I always find the West Midlands part of the Great Western Railway, or the Western region, particularly interesting, because you kind of got a mix of like urban environment, especially around Birmingham and that, and a lot of the rural loveliness. Like the Severn Valley Railway is one of the best heritage railways around. I can't wait to visit it for another station on the mile at some point. The last time I visited, I was a very, very small boy, and apparently my dad got into a very interesting conversation with a signalman. He was being shown around the signal box, but because I was like 5 years old, I got bored within 10 minutes. And so I was like, Dad, can we go now? And he was like, no, I don't want to. This is so fascinating. He was like having a full-on nerd out. And even though I was 5 at the time, you know, I feel bad about it. So next time we go, I'm going to take him with me, and I'm going to say, look, he's very interested in signals. Show him around to a signal box, and I'm going to leave him with you for the rest of the day, probably. But, yeah, what was I going before that? But yeah, the Severn Valley Railway, that's right out there, Kidderminster. It's kind of in the rural West Midlands area. And that's gorgeous. It's a beautiful line. Absolutely stunning. And we are supposed to be doing 50 miles an hour in 2.1 miles, but we also have to stop in 1.6. So either way, we're just coasting. We've got the brakes on an initial application. So whether that initial application is successful, we'll see. Whether they make it, whether the brakes make it to the interview stage. 1.3 miles. Still slowing down. We've got this under control. Oh! 147 going the other way. Morning. That's for the passenger train. There we go. Lovely. Now, just imagine a Western on the front of that. Make it happen, DadRail. Or I will myself, probably. Right, so still 1 mile. Although, again, is it going to be... I've just thought about this because I can see the go via location marker is 0.6 miles away. The red signal's 0.9. So I wonder. I'm going to keep it nice and slow anyway, just in case we do have to stop. Because it won't give us much time. If we're pelting through still at full speed, and we do still have to stop for the red signal, we won't have time to stop. Or if we do, everyone on board will... If any of the guys if anyone in the coach is behind me sorting through the mailbags and that is got their morning coffee with them, they're probably going to end up wearing it. Fortunately, I finished my tea, so that's not a risk for me. And I finished my Kit Kat as well, so there you go. So we're trundling along at 30 miles an hour, well, 32 miles an hour. So let's see if we get a green signal when we come through this location. Sometimes it's like an automatic marker. It's like as a train passes through, it goes, yep. It's like it sort of goes, let me check for you. Is the route clear? Yeah, it's good. Don't just go through and assume it's clear. Let me check for you first. Okay, it's good. You're good. So here we go. Trundling through. And... well, it's still red. It is still red. So, let's see here. In fact, there it is. There it is. I'm putting the brakes on. We're going to have to. We're going to have to stop. And hopefully, the brakes on this thing are up to the task. Give me full service. Come on. This is always the most nail-biting bit. And there we go. We're going to stop in time. And then what we'll do is just sort of inch forward towards it. And then see, sometimes if you get really close to the signal, it sort of picks up the detection and goes, oh, there's a train here? Oh, you want to go through? Yeah, all right. You're good to go. But at least we've stopped in time. And now we're struggling to start again. This is a lot of power. Quite a heavy load behind us. We're on a slight uphill incline. It's a January morning, so the rails are probably not very misty and slippery. Bully Pacific wouldn't enjoy this. Not at all. The wheel spin merchants that they were. Just, can a steam train do burnouts? Yes, just watch a Bully Pacific. And I love them to bits. They're my joint favourite steam loco of all time. The holy trinity of steam locos for me is the GWR Castles, the Bully Pacifics, both rebuilt and unrebuilt, and the BR Standard 9Fs. The absolute thick boys. The thickest of boys. So we're inching forward, still inching forward. Still inching forward. We're supposed to be at Penzance like in 30 seconds, so might want to get a move on, unless we've been parked in behind a passenger train. That could have happened. Still inching forward, inching forward. I mean, how close do you want me to get? 14, 13. There we go. Bring it to a stop. There we go. Right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait here for a bit then. So, I assume some sort of passenger train has been routed in front of us. So we'll just have to wait here for a moment, I guess. Well, we could do. Procedure signals indicate. Oh, there we go. Right at the exact moment I went to contact the signaller, it went green. So there you go. All right, okay, we're not going to quite hit our 19 minutes and 56 seconds past 9 target, but we'll be close enough. Oh, there we go. That's probably the train that got in our way. Morning. 2-car Sprinter going through. Can we get moving again, though? That would be rather nice. Release the brake. There we go. I think because I put the throttle on while the brake was still on, so it didn't engage properly. All right, let's give it the beans, shall we? Go. Not far to go now. Only 2.1 miles. So we'll have the run through past Penzance Long Rock Depot, which is a lovely site, by the way. Really nice. Right on, because you've got the kind of footpath along the sea, along the beachfront. So there's the beach on one side and these railway lines on your other side, and they're very close. So you can literally look across the tracks at Penzance Long Rock. When I went down there in 2019, I remember walking up and having a look, and there was at least 2 08s in the yard, Class 08 shunters, and one of the Class 57s from the Night Riviera, sort of just in the doorway of one of the sheds. The door was open, but it just looked like it was kind of tucked inside, just kind of having a nap, which is understandable. It worked a night shift. He worked all night. You know, he's got to have a sleep. You know, he's got to have a rest. I'd be flipping tired if I had to haul a massive, long, heavy train full of people across the country all night for about 8 hours, I think it is. I mean, yeah, there's stops on the route, but you know what I mean. All right, so we've got a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit now, but that's fine. We're not at it 50 yet. So let's at least get to 50, shall we? Because once again, we're going into another bit of single track for the run to Penzance. Now, I'm fairly certain... Actually, do you know what? I'm not sure. This looks like it always would have been single track. It might always have been. Or it might well have been double track at some point, just like the part earlier, west of St Austell. There you go, there's Long Rock. Interestingly, there's a rake of full brake coaches, so more parcels traffic out there. Some wagons and a 37. Morning. And yeah, there's Long Rock Depot, so there you go. On the one side, you've got Long Rock Depot, and on the other side, you've got the beach. And what a gorgeous morning view. This is actually very similar to the view I was treated to when I came down here on the Night Riviera. Because it was about an hour it was about an hour and a half earlier than this. It was about, 7:45 in the morning, or about 8 in the morning when we got in. Of course, like I said, height of summer. Oh, there's an 08 over there as well. Morning. I love 08s. 08s and panniers and little kind of shunter locos. Some of my favourites. I absolutely love the Great Western Pannier tanks. They are just the cutest things. Some of you may be saying, is that because of Duck from Thomas the Tank Engine? Quite possibly. But they're lovely little things. They just have the most charm of, they're just a rough, tough, good little worker doing a heckin' big chuff and just trying to do a heckin' good job, you know? That's just what they do. I love listening to them. I love, seeing, especially on heritage lines, getting to haul passenger trains, because they were mostly just freight locos, shunters, basically. And, yeah, just them pootling, proper... And because they're Great Western, all Great Western steam locos barked. They didn't even care about how much noise they made, just as long as they made it to where they had to go on time. And because they were powerhouses, because they had to be, because they had to climb all the steep inclines of, Wales and Devon and Cornwall, as we've already discussed, they balked. They were talky boys. So, yeah, there's a lovely video I saw the other day, actually, of a pannier hauling a passenger train on the Severn Valley, and it's taken from, the window behind the loco sort of thing. And, oh, it's just lovely. It's just beautiful. It's just the sound of morning. I'm going to get you there. It's brilliant. And the Class 08 has that similar vibe for me as a diesel version of the pannier or something like that. Similar sort of loco. We've actually slowed down early. What is going on with me? But we're trundling in. We're cruising in. Plus, I've also noticed we've got to slow down to 15 miles an hour in a minute anyway, and there's a yellow signal, so I'm just being cautious in case we have to stop in the station throat for us to get our the road into our platform, which is platform 4. So, yeah, we'll give it a little bit of juice. Why not? And what, I mean, look at that. What an absolutely stunning view. Just absolutely magical. The beach and the sea are right over there. And there's Penzance stretching round. It's all just lovely. It's all just brilliant. And I'm a big fan of it. So now we have to go to 15 miles an hour. That'll do. What a lovely morning to enter the station in. I've also just noticed there are a few little clumps of snow around. It's quite realistic. It kind of looks like it snowed during the night, but it kind of melted away when the sun came up, which is very common for British winters over here. Hence why when there is actual proper full snow, we're not very good at it. Oh, we've been routed over here. So platform 1's there, 2 and 3 there, 4 is this one over here. The sort of, I would say the bay platform, but it's like, that's not quite the way to describe it. It's the one kind of outside of the train shed. And speaking of OX, there's one over there. It's programmed basically to be the station pilot, which is lovely. Basically what that means is it will come out and shunt the coaches around to free the locos, let them change ends, pop up to Long Rock Depot to get refueled and have a wash and things like that. So that will sort of trundle around, do a hecking big trundle and shunt coaches around, things like that. So it might well do it with the rake of coaches we've got once they've been emptied of Doris's mail and Nigel's mail as well. Don't forget him. He'll be very grumpy if we forget his mail. Let's get the stop right. We didn't come all this way just to fall short or overshoot and crash. And now, there we go. That'll do. Well, that's us done for the day. There's our train standing in platform 4 at Penzance. And in fact, you know, I said before about ice cream. Don't mind if I do. You know, I said before about checking the map. So, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale. And there's the St Erth branch with the intermediate stops at Leyland, Saltings, Leyland, Carbis Bay and St Ives. And then there's Penzance down there. So, also there were those abandoned stations and those secret branch lines we had to figure out. And there's a poster to put up. Meantime, I'm off to get some breakfast because it's still early in the morning here. So I've worked the morning mail train down to Penzance. I'll finish the town and get some breakfast. There'll probably be a nice cafe around here somewhere. Thank you all so much for watching along and for hanging out with me today. If you want to follow my Another Station, Another Mile channel, search that on YouTube basically. There'll be links appearing on the screen right now for that and for my Twitch channel where I do stream Train Simulator and Train Sim World. Have a lovely day. See ya.
Hello.
Hello. That was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, welcome back everybody. I hope you managed to get a Kit Kat back at that cafe. We were very, very jealous as we were watching that as going through. Thank you very much to AJ Omega for that session. We're delighted to have him on board. If you want to check him out, obviously his links were before we finished. But I think it's getting to quite an exciting time, Matt, isn't it?
Yeah, this is when I sit and play Boston for a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we'd play Boston, play the 313... What, you want to see something else?
Got a side one. Yeah, I mean, I'm keen. I'm keen to see something that maybe we've never seen in Train Sim World 2 before.
No, or Train Sim World, anything.
Yes. So we will stop being coy. We know why you're here. You want to hear about Steam. And that is exactly what we're going to be doing for the next hour or so. So we will be announcing the new route. Don't worry, we won't do the showbiz thing and string it out right until the end. We'll talk about it quite near the start because it obviously frames a lot of the discussions that we'll be having over the course of the next hour or so. But I did want to make sure that everybody is aware before we start that Steam, this is not a case of us revealing this. We're not going to do a playthrough tonight. There are still lots of things that we need to be working on for the route, and we'll go into that during the course of the session. We are not a case of a few weeks away with this. It is still a matter of months away at this stage, and with the things that we will be showing for you are the things that we have currently been able to do, and they're very work in progress. So wanted to caveat that before we start, before everybody gets too hyped. We will be showing you some cool stuff, but bear in mind that it is still at this stage work in progress, and we're still a while away from release. So now I've dampened everybody's expectations. Let's talk about the exciting stuff. So Matt, I suppose the best way to start this session really is to talk about Steam as a whole. Now, Steam locos are kind of one of the fundamental parts of being a rail fan, and as somebody who I know is really passionate about Steam locos, Can you tell me a little bit about why this is so special?
Steam locomotives, there's something about a steam locomotive that other trains just don't have, and I'm sure that's a controversial statement for a few people. But for me at least, and for a large number of rail fans, steam locos are living, breathing beasts. You know, they it feels like they're huffing flames and smoke, and you know, it's and each, because of the nature and the time at which they're built, they're all different. They all feel a bit unique, and the sounds and the sights that you get from them are just they're just something incredible. And when you think about, you know, what these locomotives were achieving such a long time ago, it's an impressive, very impressive feat of engineering.
I feel like it's quite a visceral experience. You kind of, it heightens all of the senses, and I think what we want to try and do with this, apart from obviously things like smell, you won't be able to smell it. We've not got, unfortunately, that's not coming with the Steam release. But we want to try and engage you in as many different ways as we possibly can do with this kind of content. We're going to put a special focus on making sure the audio is absolutely as good as it possibly can be. We've got a little bit of a teaser of that coming later on, but we have got we want to try and make sure that we reflect the sheer power of all of these beasts as much as we humanly can do, and I think this is particularly exciting as it's our first step into Steam. There are lots of things, and we'll come into this as that we've had to do to try and get to this point, and I think there are a lot of very excited people speculating about all of the different routes that have come in, and I think we've got to the point now where we can announce the route. I won't do a drum roll, but there were some people who might have noticed on the most recent roadmap that the Spirit of Steam item on it had a code next to it, and some people were able to decide. I love how Matt's sort of cool as a cucumber having a coffee right now.
I'm busting up inside. This is so exciting.
There was a code next to it, and some people have obviously translated that code into being a 1950 to 1990 route based in the UK. I can say that route is in the north of England, and it is in the northwest of England. Matt, would you like to take it away? So
the first steam route will be Liverpool to Crewe, 1958.
1958. So, ladies and gentlemen, Liverpool Line Street to Crewe, 1958. Set your stopwatches or set your time machines back to 1958, because baby, we are going there.
Yeah, it's a really, really fascinating route. It's somewhere super iconic. In Crewe. It's like a major location for trains. Liverpool Lime Street, you've got that spectacular viaducts and approach into that's it's photographed and so well documented. You've got a lot of railway features throughout the route, like the enormous Edge Hill, and you cannot underplay the size of Edge Hill. If you go and have a look at Edge Hill on Google Maps right now, it's about a fifth of what there actually is in the Steam era in 1958. So it's an incredibly impressive route. It's got really nice variety in terms of what you can do in it, the types of running. So you'll be running up the West Coast Main Line for a bit, and you'll be doing that high speed, and then you come off the West Coast Main Line at Weaver Junction, bound for Liverpool via Runcorn, and then it's kind of becomes more scenic and slower, and then as you go past all the big yards and so forth, it's a spectacular route.
Yeah, and we'll talk about how we've got to this point and what we're going to be some of the challenges that we've had to overcome to make sure that this is as representative as we possibly can make it of that 1958 experience of doing that route. But is there any particular reason why we chose this specific route? Because there are obviously a lot of steam lines that were around, are still around. Is there any particular reason why we chose this route?
I mean, we looked at so many different routes, and we wanted something which would appeal to a wide range of people. Crewe, certainly, a Crewe and West Coast Main Line certainly would do that, and have some really nice, well-known locomotives, which we'll get to shortly. Mm-hmm. And something which potentially more regionally reusable. We looked at Great Western Region. I'm personally a huge fan of Great Western Region, and but we looked at some options down there, but they tend to be generally in the Great Western area. And we've gone for BR period, so 1958, as I said, because again it's a little bit more. I won't say crossover, because the route definitely isn't crossover. The route is pre-electrification. Because I think within a couple of years this route starts to get electrified in reality, but the trains have become quite usable. For example, these trains you'd find them sitting quite at home probably on Leeds Manchester, as another example. So it's an interesting variety, really, is what we wanted, rather than something which was it's just express trains, it's just commuter trains. Trying to find something which can do that nice variety of tasks.
Yeah, and I think variety is, as the phrase goes, the spice of life for this kind of thing. Is being able to offer, as this is our first steam route, being able to offer as much variety as we possibly can do with something like a first steam route, and I suppose we've talked about a couple of the defining features already. What kinds of other? I know it's quite difficult because we'll come on to this, but the kind of the route building side of things at the moment is perhaps not as progressed as the loco building side of things at the moment. But what in particular are you most excited about from a route perspective, seeing turned into Train Sim World 2?
Yeah, when you're driving on a steam era, particularly such a big, this is, we're not on any kind of branch line here. We've gone all out for the main lines. It's just the signalling, I think, for me. I mean, as well as the period scenery, which is going to look really different to what we've seen before. But for me, it's about the signalling, and you see these massive banks of arms across the main line. It's just nothing like that. You get on some of the modern routes, you'll see a bank of colour light signals, but it's nowhere near as impressive as seeing massive bank of some of these signal arms and so forth. So I think for me, that's something I'm definitely looking forward to seeing being sort of realised, along with peering out the window, trying to work out what that next signal is in the fog as you're driving up to it, and it's not like in colour light days where you can have 4 blocks of clearance potentially. You can get a green light, means you're good to go. Whereas, it's on steam era, it's going to be that green light tells you you're good to the next signal. And then you've got distance, and you've got route, the route given by different types of semaphores. It's a really different type of driving experience that will really have you on your toes. And then of course you've got this locomotive which doesn't want to let you it doesn't drive itself. So it's going to level up entirely. The amount of gameplay you get from driving steam locomotives on a steam route is tremendous.
Yeah, so let's talk about gameplay, because I mean, steam locos, the role of the driver in a steam loco is going to be significantly different to sort of a more modern loco. So what can players expect from the driving experience? Don't worry guys, we will come on to the loco in a second, but what can players expect from the actual driving experience of driving a steam locomotive within Train Sim World 2?
So driving a steam locomotive, basically you'll be able to choose whether or not you want to do the firing task or not, because in reality the driver wouldn't do both jobs. So if you want to do it strictly according to the reality, you can switch on the auto fireman, and then you can focus on the jobs the driver would do, which is where the train is going and how it's getting there. But even then, on a diesel or electric locomotive, you've really got forwards and backwards and neutral as kind of like your directions, whereas on a steam locomotive you've got variable cut-off. So as you drive, you need to manage the cut-off, the reverser, so that you get the best usage of your steam and you make the best use of that boiler. And then similarly, you've got the brakes, which are manually lapped. So that's going to be similar to what you've seen on some of the older trains, like the BR Class 101 in Train Sim World 2. So you've got that combined with a more complex cut-off control, and obviously you're taking steam out of a boiler. So as you use that steam, it's going to be you've got to manage how much you take out versus how much the fireman's been able to create. And similarly, you've also then got the steam chest. So there's a lag. So you put the regulator open, you get started quite commonly. You'd open the regulator and close it again, and then having put a chest full of pressure in there, you let that roll through a couple of times before you put the next load in, and then as it's just such a completely different way of driving a train. But it's easy to get the hang of once you get familiar with it. So it's difficult, but only until you get the hang of it, and then it'll become second nature to you. And you're always busy. From a firing perspective, if you want to do that, then it's the usual. There'll be steam injectors, there'll be all the various injectors, the firebox, and so forth. So it's if you want to do the whole lot, then you can, and because maybe you can do better than the auto fireman, for example. Or you can turn on the auto fireman and just control the driving of the train. I see someone talking about, can you just be the fireman? No. It's something we've thought about, but that requires a very clever AI driver, so that's not what we're looking at for the first point. You will be driving the train one way or the other.
Nice. But a couple of people mentioned in the chat that my mic is quite quiet, and maybe that's a good thing. But I don't know if there's a way to be able to just perhaps turn me up a little bit.
I will have a look and see what I can do. You're already on maximum.
Am I? Okay, well, just going to have to like it or lump it then, aren't we?
Oh no, I can turn you up to 200%, so hang on.
Oh, wow, okay. That sounds exciting.
Oh yeah.
Just while Matt does that, quick note to everybody, we won't be showing any gameplay tonight, but we'll be showing you some screenshots. This will not be the only time that you hear about Steam between now and release. We will of course be talking about it an awful lot over the course of the next few months, and we've got, Matt put together a PowerPoint presentation. You love a Matt PowerPoint presentation of all of the different reference material that we've been pulling together. And that is pretty much enough for a live stream or two by itself. So I think we'll do a lot more of this kind of stuff moving forward. Cool. Okay. Sound is better. Good. That is good. Because we're going to talk about something very important now, which is the locomotives themselves. And you notice I have said plural there.
Oh yeah,
so
it couldn't just be one.
Couldn't just be one. So... should we go for the first one?
Let's go for the first one. Let's talk about the first one. And
okay.
So the first one is the LMS Jubilee class.
Yes, it is.
You couldn't do a route like this without having the Jubilee on it.
Absolutely.
So, shall we show them what it looks like?
Oh, I think we should.
Really? Have they been good enough? I'm just looking at the chat. Yeah, let's show them. Let's show them what it looks like.
Matt's playing his best Santa impression here. There we go. So this is actually taken from in-game at the moment. You can see it's work in progress, so there are likely to be a couple of changes that happen. And
there'll be many changes. You can see the numbers. The numbers are wrong. There's no nameplates. There are a number of issues. Like I said, we have a way to go yet, but I think you can see it's on the right track.
It is most certainly on the right track.
Fully intended.
Pun fully intended, and it looks stonking. I mean, you showed someone I think challenged me to say the word stonking in the stream, so there we go. It's stonking. It's a beast, isn't it? It's one of those things that I think until you can actually see it in its enormity, just you can't quite understand the scale of it, and it just looks fantastic.
I have to say, when I was taking these screenshots was one of the first times that I'd actually got the thing up, because it's not in a state where we've got gameplay or anything we can call it up into any of our test builds. So I literally loaded it up into the editor and dropped it onto the track. And in order to take the next screenshot, I had to climb up the ladder to climb onto the loco, and I've got to say it was an emotional experience. It's just like, this is Steam. It's arrived in Train Sim World 2. This is just, someone who's been waiting for Steam for such a long time. This was just incredible.
And we have a few Steam enthusiasts working within Dovetail, and every time they have seen this particular screenshot, their jaws have dropped. So it's certainly something that is incredibly impressive, and we can't wait to kind of show you it actually in action when we've been able to kind of develop it to a point where we've got that within the build and within the game. So yeah, we will absolutely show you more of this particular loco as well as our other loco, which we'll talk about in a second. Should
we have a look at the cab?
cab shots, yes.
So when I stepped up into the ladder, I was greeted with this view.
Oh, well, certainly looks complicated, Matt. Are you able to give us a little bit of detail here?
Yeah, so your big arm in the middle there. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't see my mouse. Oh, you can see my mouse. Just little, it's the pink one here. This big arm in the middle here is the regulator. This is where you're putting power into the cylinders. This one here that you just twist is the cut-off or the reverser, so you control the direction and how the steam gets into the cylinders. We'll get into more about the detail of how you drive a steam locomotive later on, but this is your forwards-backwards control, put simply. Up on the top here, these two are part of the water injection system, so they get water into the boiler. You've got your brakes, which is this one over here. It's a little tiny one, you can barely see it. There's all sorts of stuff. You've got gauge glasses here where you'll be able to get an idea of how much water there is in the boiler. And then down here you've got the firebox, and you'll be opening that and then be able to put coal into the fire. You've got gauges up here, with such as your boiler pressure, steam chest pressure. Lots going on inside this.
And I think most importantly, the soup jug. The
Yeah,
furnace. Okay, so yeah, as we said, this is what you will be working with, and it's certainly, I mean, from somebody who has never been in a cab car of a steam loco before, certainly looks quite daunting, and I think we will probably be able to do quite a few Let's Play style things. Matt, you'll be champing at the bit to show people how to use this particular loco or how to drive this particular loco, yeah, it looks amazing. Looks incredible.
Oh, it does look absolutely incredible. It's the controls as it stands. Someone asked if I'd had a drive yet, and as it stands in the game, it's not drivable at the moment. You can push it along, and that's about it. But the controls are all interactive, and I was just sitting there. I'm literally not kidding. 10 minutes, I was just waggling with controls, pretending, because it was just like I was absolutely being let to live my dreams. It was just stunning.
Kid in a sweet shop springs. Kid in a sweet shop springs to mind.
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, Matt, I completely forget. Yeah, we've got one more shot of the Jubilee, haven't we? So can we see shot 3? These are the wheels.
I just did a close-up of this because there's so much fine detail that the artists have put into there. I just sort of do a close-up look at the wheels. I've done the same thing on the next locomotive as well, just because it just looks so good. It stands up to a really close look when you're looking at it.
Absolutely, and I've been reading the chat. This is what you might have been able to see me kind of my eyes wander slightly as we were talking. I've been reading the chat as we were going through, and there are a lot of people that are a little bit emotional in the chat right now, which is brilliant. That's exactly what we want. That's the reaction that we'd like, and we can't wait for this to be playable for you guys, so you can kind of live your Matt style fantasies of being behind a steam locomotive, and that's one of the two.
It's actually interesting. Someone's just called out. It looks like a Bossman Games model, and so credit where it's due. This comes from Bossman Games stable. It's had a lot of work done by our team as well to bring it into TSW, but we are working with Bossman Games on a couple of elements on this. So that's why some of it might look familiar, is because the wizards at BMG have indeed been working with our team.
Yep, and a few eagle-eyed players, when we were looking at the cab car, had noticed that there was another loco in the background of that particular shot, and we won't go back to it because Matt, would you like to tell us what the second locomotive that will be available on Liverpool to Crewe, please?
So the second loco is a freight locomotive. So we wanted to round out the roster with so you got the Jubilee running passenger, and we wanted to have something hardcore, really hardcore steam loco running freight, and what better than the 8F?
Lovely.
Which is what you were seeing that's what's sitting in the on the screenshot when you're looking at that cab. This is exactly what was sitting over there.
Absolutely. And for noobs like myself, what does 8F mean? What does that represent?
So it's a power classification. 8 means it's a number from 0 to 9. So it's a more powerful locomotive, and 8 means F means it's got that classification as a freight train. So whereas the Jubilee is what's called 6P, which is a Class 6 passenger train, this is a Class 8 freight train. You can see it written on the side there, just above where it says the number 48208. counterweight on the cab side. You can see just
Yep.
above it, and that most steam locos have the power classification written on them as well. I think some of the Powerful loco was the 9F, and then you've got the all sorts of different trains with different classifications. But yes, this one is the 8F.
Lovely. And do you want to show? Well, oh, sorry. What is important to note, everybody, is that this will not be the only time you can see this. We will be putting an article live with some of these on it, hopefully tonight, depending on what time Matt finishes his final run tonight, or we might do it tomorrow morning. But we'll put these all in an article so you can take them at your own leisure, and you can put them as, I don't know, backgrounds, or you can just put them somewhere safe so that you can get them whenever you like.
Yeah,
Some
absolutely.
people are already screenshotting. I knew that would be the case, but for everybody else,
There's no cab shot of the 8F because when I was trying to take the shot of the 8F, the cab wasn't showing up properly, so that's why there's no shot of that. But I did just think I would do another close up again of the detail in the wheels and the pistons and so forth at the front, because it's tremendous, and it looks quite stunning when it's all in motion as well. But as I said, I wasn't able to capture that. We were hoping we'd get a video of it coming forward. So it's looking superb, and hopefully at some point soon we better drive one.
absolutely. And obviously, you won't just be getting the locomotives. There will be rolling stock that comes with it as well. Should we show some wagons?
Let us show some wagons, yes. So there's coaches, but I'm not able to show the coaches just yet. They'll be Mark 1s. We'll show them in the future. But I do have some shots of the freight. So let's have a look. First is the 16-ton mineral wagon. It's a metal wagon and used for all sorts of stuff going up and down the line. Again, you'll notice things like the numbering on the side of the wagons. Again, work in progress. So that's the 16-ton mineral wagon, and then we've got conflats with two different types of load on the top of them. Good to see those in there, and this is obviously with the I can't remember. Instanter couplings, that's it. Instanter couplings is what I'm talking about here. So you notice it's not a round link, it's a slightly elongated one. So these are called instanter couplings, which means they can be coupled in two different distances. But yes, these are the conflats, which can obviously be unloaded, or they can have the small container or the large box on them. And then we've got the 5-plank wagon. At this point in BR history, these are kind of in some of the more classic steam things. You see them all sorts of different colours, and they're all private owners. They were an older type of wagon, and so this is, by this point, a newer type, but already looking haggard, wagon, which were all done in the bauxite or the grey, depending on their braking. So this is an example of the 5-plank. It's kind of a staple, and you have to have the 5-plank on there.
I really like the weathering on all of these as well. I think the weathering looks great.
Yeah, well, 1958 is kind of we're coming towards the end of steam at this point. I think very much so, and it's so everything's looking a bit worn. So the last wagon is the standard 12-ton 20-ton brake van, 20-ton brake van, which is kind of, again, it's an iconic brake van. It's most of you have got steam in your collection will recognise this one, and it's quite nice. But of course, the next thing I did, and I didn't know if this would work, is I was like, I wonder if I can climb up there and go inside it or yet. Yes, you can. So they've already got the interior in, so you can walk around. And I sat down, and again, I spent a good couple of minutes playing with all the controls inside there. So I'm going to get myself in just endless trouble, I can see, once they actually make these things work. So it's great fun. There is a brake gauge you can see just behind one of the pillars. You can't see it in the shot, unfortunately. It's just out of view. But there's a brake gauge along with an obey to cause the brakes to come on the train. So you've got, as well as your big handbrake there as well. So this is the brake van, and then just finish with a pulled out shot showing the locomotive with some wagons behind it.
The greatest hits collection.
Absolutely. This is from the route. This is in the general vicinity of Hertford, I think. but the route itself is not in a position to take screenshots from yet, so we haven't really got anything to show on the route at this point, but that'll come.
Yeah, I mean, you might have noticed that a lot of these screenshots are very zoomed in, very focused on the locos. That's because in terms of the route itself, we're not anywhere near as progressed as we are with the loco modelling. So as you can see, the locos look brilliant. They are currently not playable. So what we were saying at the start rings true. These are very much work in progress, and the update is going to be months rather than any time soon still. But we wanted to take the opportunity because we'd not really had a chance to sit down and talk about Steam since we announced it about 6 to 8 months ago. So what we wanted to do tonight is really just give you an update as to where we were, be able to hopefully get you excited for the route, because we didn't want people to think that we were sitting on our hands with this, and obviously there has been a lot of work that's been going into this, so we wanted to show you some of that work. And I know particularly some of the devs who have been working on it have sent reams and reams and reams of stuff to us, so we would love to be able to do more of this kind of thing where we've been showing how we actually make these locos.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it's work in progress. There's lots to do. Someone said, "Is there anything of the particle effects?" They're in development at the moment, and experimenting with making them look better and making them run well, and also colliding with things like bridges and tunnels and the like. So it's there's a ton of work going on to get them in the right place. So this is what we're able to show you at the moment. Someone asked about the Mark 1 coaches, so no, not able to show them just yet. But as and when we are, then in the next update, we'll be able to you'll be able to see those. But it's Mark 1 coaches basically is the best.
And we're not able to be any more specific at the moment with release dates than to say months rather than weeks.
Chief Longshot asked a quick, very valid question about radial blur. It's currently being investigated to see what the possible options are. Valve have an option, because it is significantly more pronounced on these massive wheels than it is even on the current ones on the diesel and electric trains, and so we're looking at various options. Not really liking the output that we're getting from the official way to do radial motion blur that Epic have built into the later versions of Unreal, because it's really designed for car wheels and not with the sort of the open spoked wheels that you get with this. But we're continuing to investigate and come up with what might be the option there. The option for that might be turning motion blur off for when you're using Steam locos. But it doesn't look good with motion blur turned on. So it is something the team are actively looking into.
Lovely. So I think that probably does us for screenshots for the actual locos. We might do a little showcase of the main shots maybe at the end. We'll give them another go. We'll give them another whirl at the end, Matt. Do you want to take us back onto cams for a sec?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure nobody wants to see our face when you can see that, but there we go. So that's all very exciting, and I think there are a lot of players asking lots and lots and lots of questions. At this stage there will be some of them that we cannot answer, and we will obviously try and do our best to give you as much information as we can do, but it will likely be a lot closer to release. So at the moment we're going to try and answer the top level questions and give you a little bit of an insight as to how we've made what we've made so far, some of the challenges, and also we're going to show you some of the reference material that we've been using, or some of the examples of reference material that we've been using over the course of the last few months while we've been developing it. So let's talk about challenges, because obviously we announced Spirit of Steam, I think back in, I was either April or May, and one of the things that we've wanted to do is to try and make sure that we obviously do this right, try and make sure that it's done with the love and care that is befitting of something as significant as the first Steam route within TSW2. So Matt, what kind of challenges have the dev team come up against so far?
I mean, the main challenge you come across when doing a historic route is that it doesn't exist anymore, and particularly with a route like this, it's been through so much change. Trying to pin the route down to a particular point in time, and it doesn't necessarily matter what that point of time is. I mean, when we originally started this project it was 1955, and we've sort of refined that to 1958 because that's when the reference was. You know, we found the most complete set of reference and gotten the most thorough idea of what's going on around 1958. So kind of adjusted the schedule for that. So that's an example of one of the things we do. Is we normally sort of put a general period and then we refine that depending on the data that we can get hold of, the reference that we can get hold of. So in this instance, it's been going through an absolute ton of reference. Now, before we go any further, you know, we are going to show some more images. But one of the things I do want to just do some copyright acknowledgements, because we've got some lovely stuff here that we've used, and a few bits of that I'm going to show you. So I just want to just acknowledge copyright to the Signalling Record Society, LMS Society, the 8D Society, Reg Instone, Mike Turner, Richard Lemon, Paul Napton and Phil Eaton for their help and assistance in providing images for this project. And there are probably others as well, and I know that the team that have worked on this have also dug deep into their own libraries of extensive reference material to get some of this stuff out as well. So there's absolutely, the level of reference material and the level of research is just phenomenal, because normally when we build a route, if it's a modern day route, your track plan is there on Google. You can see it, you can trace it and follow it. The stations, you can see what they look like. A modern route, there's probably a bazillion photos of it online. Older routes, back when the internet was, before the internet was anything, well, the photos are in magazines, they're in books, and there aren't as many of them, and so it's harder to find them, and there's less of them to find. So it's really, this is where this effort is of trying to dig out all of this complex information.
So Matt, you talked about Google Earth. You have an overlay for us, don't you? Do you want to give us a little bit of information?
Yeah, we've let me just, I'll share the screen in just a minute. I'm just going to bring up the there it is. Let me re-enable that. Right, so this is Google Earth. Now we show some shots of these Google Earth files in some of the articles occasionally in the dev blogs, and I thought rather than just showing you some screenshots, I'd just run it live so that you can get a sheer scale of the enormity of the challenge of developing this route. It's somewhere in the order of, let me just look at the document so I can get exactly the right number here. 34 miles with 34 chains, or 55.42 kilometres. But inside that you've got 73 signal boxes and ground frames and nearly about 1,700 signals. So it's busy. So let me just zoom down to crew. So one of the things that the team have done here is, you know, we're nowhere near, look, you can just about see tracks at this point. There you go. Okay, you can see tracks a bit more now. So one of the things the team have done is they've looked at bringing in old maps and overlaying them onto Google so that we can, you know, pin them down into the right places. And all of these little red marks you can see here are all signals. So if I click on one here and look at its properties, that signal is, this is kind of the nomenclature they use to write down all the research they found about, there's a signal here and it looks like it's a down home, and that's off. I don't necessarily understand a lot of the abbreviations they use, but this is the what they've done to try and to record all of this. And this is through looking at photographs, looking at all sorts of things to try and understand what is what's where, what, and it's not just there is a signal here, it's what does the signal do, what does it look like, and so on. So this is crew. And the line continues up north here, and let's see where we get to up here. Actually, let me just run up to Edge Hill, so you can see more places where more detailed diagrams have gone in, because there's extra tracks, sidings and things that don't exist in the current day, so these all need to be captured so that we can understand it, see the signals, and then a little bit further up here you get Weaver Junction. So Weaver Junction was one of the first flying junctions in the world, and this is where the West Coast Main Line heads up, following that purple track there. And we move over to the line heading west here, bound for Runcorn and Liverpool. Continuing along the line here, you've got Runcorn Station here before we then cross the big bridge over the Mersey. And just see, it just gets, this route is just, it never lets up. It's just complicated. You've got Ditton Sleeper Depot over here, and then just a little bit left of Ditton, you've got Speak. You know, it's you've got Big Engine Shed here, and you've got the. I should clarify, the colouring that's used here is to help the team understand where we're going to take the player, where we're going to make visible, what we're going to signal to what level, because to do the entire route would be years of work. So in this instance, the green bits are the fully interactive, fully playable sections. As you can see, that's a large chunk of Speak, and all of sort of the really key bits of Speak. The extra sidings, and particularly the timber yard, is visible but won't be accessible. And then purple sections here are where the signalling will be there to allow AI to move in and out, but they won't be there for player paths. So we can bring trains in, AI trains in and out, to keep the main line busy.
I'm disappointed, Matt, that we're not going to be able to get B&Q from Speak in the route. I think that's a major detractor of the route for me, unfortunately.
So this is Edge Hill, and if you look at Edge Hill at the moment, it's kind of this bit down here. That's all that's really left of it currently, and Edge Hill is actually all of this lot back in Steam days, along with the huge engine shed here. And that is all going to be accessible. These sidings here, all this stuff here that's been marked as red, actually is all really servicing stuff going eastbound, so it doesn't really get used by the stuff that is relevant to our line, and that's why it's been marked as such. So you'll be freight running over the loop line over the top here, passengers roaring down here, and they'll be coming up to this bit through the tunnel and then into Liverpool Lime Street. So you can see throughout all of this lot, all of the red light, all of these red markings, all the signal boxes, mile markers, the level of research that's gone on to be able to build this database of knowledge is just an absolutely Herculean effort, and has taken months to get to this point. So it's I mean, this is a scale we kind of do this for every project, but it's obviously been, you know, scaled up massively due to the complexity of this, and also because the documentation you're looking for is either harder to find, or it doesn't exist anymore, or at least we've not been able to find it. So it's been, you know, very difficult. A couple of people asking just to see crew again. This is crew. So crew station is here, and then you've got the engine sheds. These are the freight sidings. I think there's south engine sheds. All three engine sheds, I think, are included. So there's absolutely, crew is going to be phenomenal in that. Yeah. So
I love the transposing of the old maps onto current Google Maps. I think that's brilliant, and this is the first time I've seen this, so I'm blown away really by how much has kind of gone into this, and how much research, how much, I suppose, diligence on this as well. It feels like this is something that it feels alive. It feels like it's something that has been given that kind of love and that beating heart that we really wanted to give, which is brilliant. And I can't wait to see it actually when it's actually finished.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be superb. I'm looking forward to the. I mean, the way we're at in the route dev at the moment is all of the signals are placed. Track is down, all the signals are placed, but they're not in the right art for them yet. The art for the signals is still being built, but just getting them placed, and I think the configuration of the signals is well underway at the moment, which is kind of the technical aspect of the route. So it's it's progressing well, and the scenery team will be have actually started. There are bits of the route that have got scenery. You saw them in the other screenshots, it's actually Abba Scott said how much of what's on the map will be included is subject to change. At this point, everything is subject to change. This is not a pre-production, like a preview stream. We are telling you where we're at. So this is what we're aiming for, and currently this is what's looking likely, and that's what we're going for. But consider anything here subject to change.
Yeah, and there are a few people asking about layers. A few people are asking like PS4 versus PS5. Those are just questions that we just can't answer at this stage, unfortunately, and we'll be able to give you more information when we are closer to release on that.
It will be out on all platforms, including PS4 and Xbox One, but how the experience varies across them, we'll make that clear once there is something to make clear about. our
Absolutely.
usual approach still stands, that we want to get the best we can out of all platforms.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about, obviously that's very much the map view of the route, and kind of on a very top level line. That's what it will, in theory, kind of cover. But in terms of the actual content that you see when you actually are driving the route, how do we kind of research those stations? How do we research Crew Station, Edge Hill, Speak, Depot? How do we get those things that don't exist anymore?
So a lot of it is, I say, looking through books. Let me bring up this slide here. So this is an example of the grainy old photograph, and this is Ditton, and one of the things this photograph is being used for is for this big signal. I don't think you can see my mouse. This signal here, it's got 3 arms at the top and looks like 3 arms down here, and trying to understand what that looks like and where all of the other signals might be, how the platform, where the footbridges are in relation to where they stop, and where they, so that we know how to position them. And so there's, for each station there is a collection of photos of it in all different angles, so that we can try and figure out what we can from it, because we can't go and see the station because it's changed. And in fact, so on the right hand side here, actually, you can see that the team were able to find a technical drawing of that signal, which was a really great find, because it helps you understand what's going on. But one of the things you find is, so if I go to the next here, this is as well, but this is actually closer to the 1958 of the route, and you'll notice this signal you can see in the background here is it's no longer got its arms, yeah. And that's because at this point, around sort of the late 50s, this station is being modernised and towards colour light signals. And while the big post is still there, the arms are gone. And it's kind of this level of detail. It'd be very easy to look at the reference there and say, well, semaphore signals. So let's put the semaphore signals there. But this is when the further you deep into these things, and you realise the subtle variations and different parts of this route are at different stages of modernisation, and sometimes it's, as in this case, you've got all of the post there, but none of the arms on it. So it's really interesting to try and capture that level of detail.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got some more reference. Have we got any more reference images?
Yeah, I've
Matt,
got some
or
more. So, so looking at Hertford Junction, there's sort of a number of different photos, and I think there's a lot more in the library they were looking at of stuff going on around Hertford. And there's a lot of these line drawings as well, so that you can get a more technical view of the schematic of the track. And then you need to use the photograph to try and then make that, bring that to life and put things into context and perspective with each other. And again, it's through all these different things, looking at different angles and so forth. And then Weaver Junction is, as I said, it's an iconic part of the route. It was the first flyover junction in the world, and this is where West Coast Main Line's going under that bridge, and then the route to the steam train in question here is coming from the Runcorn Liverpool area, probably from Edge Hill, I would imagine, or Speak, and so this is quite an iconic area to get right, and the photos are like this allow us to sort of position everything correctly, work out where posts and signals are in relation to each other.
Yeah, Nigel's just asked, is it 1958, will the route be in black and white? It will not, it will be in full Technicolor.
If you want to take screenshots and then put them through a black and white filter, you go ahead. I'm excited to see
that would yeah, put some sepia on it and you're sorted.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, signal boxes. You mentioned signal boxes slightly earlier on, Matt, and kind of one of your most anticipated parts of the route is around replicating these signal boxes. What kind of challenges have you kind of come up against when trying to put these and try and build these so that they reflect what the signal boxes were doing at the time and what the role of the driver was for a signal box?
So one of the challenges with the signal box is that, in this instance, there are 73 signal boxes and ground frames. So first of all, that's a lot. And it's because in steam days, these things are physically connected by wires and bars to the signals. So they couldn't. It's not like nowadays where you've got a power box and it's electronics out to who knows how many tens of miles away. Whereas these things, they had to be quite regular. So that's why there's so many of them. And in a lot of cases, there's a lot. They're all different shapes and sizes, and that was generally to fit them in a particular geography. To whether it's in between two tracks. There's some examples of signal boxes where there's a really thin base to it to get between the two tracks, and then once it's above the height of the trains, the loading gauge of the trains, it then widens out, and the signal box sort of properly sits on top of that. So it's like, how do you capture all of that without also bringing everyone's machines to you don't want to use up everyone's RAM on 73 different signal boxes. So what the team came up with was using a similar solution to the way we build signals. So we don't make all of the signals in their entirety. We make lots of component parts. I think we've covered that in some dev blogs in the past. I think one of them showed a picture of a signal exploded out into all of its component parts. So they've gone with the same approach for the signal boxes, so that we can make lots of different component parts and then construct them by the scenery teams, or the signalling team can make a signal box that fits the appropriate thing and looks appropriate without having to make and fill up tons of memory. This will be very memory efficient, but it means we can capture all the variety of the signal boxes that we need to along this route. It's a very clever solution, reusing something we're already doing but putting it in a different aspect of how we make the route.
Absolutely, and a lot of players very excited about signal boxes. The question that's come up quite a lot is the plan to allow access into those signal boxes?
It's not on our list of things that we're going to be doing, no. I mean, I'm really with you. Trust me, I'm really with you. But no, at this point, there is enough work on making the signal boxes and getting them in, making them all, making it to where you can walk around them brings a whole new set of challenges, and we're already doing enough of those for this. So hopefully, maybe in a future thing, it's something we can do, but it's not for this one.
Cool. Okay. So we've talked about reference material. We've talked about signal boxes. Do we have any more screenshots around signal boxes? I don't think we do we?
No.
I think the only thing that I've got to mention is that 1,700 signals on the route. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, 1,700 signals. Yeah, absolutely. So what it was described to me was there are 958 push pins for signals, which is how the signal is connected to the track. But then one of those push pins could drive multiple arms, and that leads you to 1,700 signals actually in total. So put that into perspective. Your average UK route 800 to 1,000, and Munich is currently the biggest one with 3,000, but most of those 3,000 are little ground frames that are used to in Munich area particularly, whereas this is throughout the entire route. You just saw on the Google map there just how many signals there were across the entirety of the route. It's very busy.
An Aussie cobbler's made a very good point. 1,700 opportunities for Matt to spad. So
yep, and I'll find them all.
Yeah, I'm sure we will over the course of the coming months and years. Okay, let's talk then for a second about audio, shall we? Let's talk about audio, because we mentioned it at the start as being kind of a very sensory experience driving a steam train. We want you to feel the heat of the steam. We want you to be able to kind of hear and know and love all of the things that make a steam train, and one of those significantly is audio.
Yeah.
Now, I think we've got something to share with you, which we'll do in a second. But in terms of audio, Matt, what have we done with this particular route to be able to make this as authentic as we humanly can do, and make it feel like these are the beasts that we know that they are?
So, I mean, the team, from a technical perspective, the team has, there's a whole new audio subsystem being built for steam engines, and making sure that the beats happen at the right point in time, and so on and so forth. And that's going to be related to all the particle effects. So there's a whole new subsystem, a technical subsystem to power that. But the key thing is the actual sources of the sounds themselves. We've not done steam before in TSW2, and since we did TS1, we have TSW2. We record in a very different way now. It's a team of new equipment and so forth, which lets them record to a much higher fidelity. And we ask the drivers to do different things, to be blunt, so that we know more about what kinds of sounds we want out. Working with we've been working with Bossman Games again, as I said, who's been helping us with the sounds as well. The Jubilee has had fresh sounds recorded from the main line. and they sound superb. I think we have a clip I can show you in a minute.
We do. Yeah. Do you want to show that now, Matt? And then
yeah, let's do that. What I'm going to do,
just
to set the scene here, JD and I are going to shut up, and I'm going to pop this up just to set the mood, and then I'm going to probably click on the wrong thing. And God knows what you're going to hear. So, right.
Metal or something.
So, just to be clear, what you are hearing is from our recording trip. You are not hearing from in-game because we can't do that yet. And what you're hearing is from the recording trip, but it just gives you an idea of something to be excited about. So, I'm going to shut up and play some audio. Hang on a sec.
Yeah. I mean, I think that sounds like that's pretty much audio candy, isn't it?
I'm muted. Apologies. It's so good, Matt is speechless. Yeah, totally. So let me start that one more time. So a couple of things I just want to clarify about that. Firstly, that was from the recording trip. That's not from in-game. And the purpose of that particular recording, there was a wide range of recordings taken. The purpose of the recording trip, of that particular recording file, was to chuff. And one of the really neat things is that it's capturing the chuff without much background noise, so you get a really clean recording of that. That's been really important. what else was there? There was a couple of points where the volume suddenly got louder, and that's it going under under like a bridge or something, and suddenly you get the sound echoed back onto you, which is why it suddenly sounded much louder at that point. But I think you get the point that with good quality recordings like that, you can do some amazing stuff with what's in game, and the team have got all the reference they need now to be able to do that. For the Mark 1 coaches, we've been out to the East Kent and recorded new sounds, as well as using some of the ones we've had as well, but we've got recordings of new sounds. Mark 1 coaches, the wagons have got new sounds that have been obtained from Armstrong, and I think some of our Mark 1 sounds may be coming from Armstrong as well, and then that leaves the 8F.
Yes, which is very fun, and we've got a couple of members of staff that are very excited because actually we're going on a little road trip, aren't we, on Monday?
Yes, well, you are. I'm not.
Well, sorry, I'm actually not going on the road trip either. I'm stuck here, but Jamie and a couple of other members of the team are heading out to see it in action.
Yes, and they're going to record the 8F from the GCR. So that should be good. So it's going to be looking at an absolutely top-notch sound set, fully recorded from the real thing, and recorded very recently with all the new recording equipment. So I have very, very high expectations for the audio on this.
Yep. So for those not au fait with the acronym GCR is Great Central Railway.
Yeah, it's a Great Central.
Based up in Leicestershire, I think it is, isn't it? Loughborough? What's it, Loughborough?
Something like that, I can't remember.
Yeah, so that's all very exciting. What else, Matt? So sorry for everybody who's tuned in for the Boston Sprinter session. We will come on to that in a second, probably in about 10 minutes or so, but we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to find out as much as we possibly can give you at the moment about the development process and the development progress of Spirit of Steam. So I am going to ask you about what we've got left to do. We've talked a few times about what is there. We've talked a few times about what currently isn't there. But what are we looking at in terms of development to release? What needs to happen between now and release?
So one of the things that's been developed is the semigraph side of things to build the components needed for the underlying physics. That's I'd say it's well underway. It's on the verge. It's essentially being fixed and improved now. It's mostly complete, and it's getting that and the locomotive model put into one thing. So that we can. So we have a model of an 09 which we re-engined to be a steam engine, which was quite amusing. That was the initial development when there was no art for a steam engine. So we have a working steam engine. It just looks like an 09, and we've got a steam engine. But it looks like a steam engine that doesn't go anywhere. So effectively we need to get those two together, and that work is underway. And then it's making it drive like a Jubilee and drive like an AF. And so I'm actually going to call up this. I know everybody likes to see it. Well, some of you like to see a bit of semigraph.
Matt, you're going to have to talk this through for me. You've shown this to me about 4 times already, and I'm still a little bit confused as to about what I'm actually looking at here. So for those who are the uninitiated amongst us, what are we looking at here? So
if you've looked at semigraph graphs in the past and you're thinking what's new, well, every node pretty much is a new type of node built for Steam, and then there's so the lines themselves that which are the connections between the nodes refer to steam heat and steam pressure and so forth. Those are all new types of nodes. So it's almost a new implementation of semigraph to some extent. We've had to go through and redevelop some fairly fundamental parts of semigraph to make it work with steam. But what you're seeing here is, if I get my cursor going here, there's the boiler here, and the boiler has a heat source, which is a firebox. And coming out of the boiler is this pink line here, which goes via a regulator into the steam superheater. From the superheater to the steam chest. From the steam chest into valve gear, which then goes into cylinders, which then you can't see on this diagram, but ultimately ends up powering the wheels. Now, how many cylinders have I got on this train? I've got 2 cylinders on this train. Right, who can tell me in the chat what train I'm looking at the semigraph for? So looking at other things, while you answer that, you can see we've got steam turbine, we've got injector controls, you've got the coal loaders, safety valves, blowers, all sorts of things that make up the power of this. Yes, you're looking at the 8F. Correct answer. So if I bring up the next slide, then notice what's different about it.
3 cylinders.
This is the
Ding, ding, ding,
three-cylinder
ding, ding.
version, and there you
Ding,
go.
ding, 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 ding. Points
Exactly.
for JD.
And what this means is that the physics will behave like a 3-cylinder train. It's not just the audio for a 3-cylinder train. The underlying physics is simulating a 3-cylinder train. And one of the things that means is that on a real steam train, the way that the cycle works as it's going round. Let me just switch back to the camera so I can wave my arms a bit. When the wheels are going round and the cylinder sort of is going in and out at the various points around the wheel, you get different amounts of power. Yeah. So depending on where the cylinder is in its cycle around the wheel, obviously it's in and out depending on the position on the wheel, means that you get different amount of power to the rail, whereas on a diesel or electric generally it's constant throughout the rotation. And what that means, for example, is if you lose grip, you'll see that if you can lose grip at the highest point of the power but then get it back again on the lower point of it, so all that stuff gets simulated, and a 3-cylinder is going to act different to a 2-cylinder, and so on and so forth. Not to mention that chuffs differently, and you get the different beats on the exhaust as well. So there's a ton of stuff going on in sort of the undergrowth, if you like, of making the simulation work. But what you can see here is the simulgraph is there. It's being tweaked and improved as we go now, and integrated into the main locus. That's kind of the main thing from a Steam perspective. Obviously, we've got some of the audio that we'll need to prototype, getting that in and making sure it sounds right. Particles are being worked on, so that we can get the particle effects looking right. We also want them bouncing off of bridge and so forth rather than going through it. Mr. JP says, will the audio synchronize with the simulgraph? Yes. So that's one of the reasons we built a whole new audio train component, is that it will be responsive to what's going on with what's happening inside simulgraph for Steam specific functions, and will drive the chuffs and so forth and the beats at the appropriate times. So it should all be linked into that stuff. I mean, that's how diesel and electric work, just in their own unique way, but this is because Steam is very different, it needs its own set of control for all of that stuff. So that's all the trains. The route signals are on the way in at the moment, and the environment is on the way in. And I know the gameplay team has spent a lot of time researching what the timetable would look like for that, and they're excited to get started on gameplay once they've got trains to drive. Busy.
I was lost in your answer, Matt. I've done a lot of streams with Matt, and I always find like I'm kind of I feel like I talk a lot during streams normally, and for this one I've done a hell of a lot of listening, and it's brilliant to hear Matt, who's obviously exec producer of Train Sim World 2, just talk so lovingly and passionately about something which quite clearly means an awful lot to him. So it's brilliant to hear that, and I hope everybody at home is kind of getting across that as well, because as I say, I've done a lot of streams with Matt, and I think this is probably the most excited that I have ever seen him in a live stream. So I hope that's coming across.
Yeah, it's really something special. Like I said, the first time I jumped onto the footplate of the Jubilee was an emotional experience, and I stayed there for a good 5-10 minutes, fiddling with levers and making make believe and saying, "Oh, I can't wait till this all works." And may even have sent a couple of annoying messages to the team saying, "When can I play with it? When can I play with it?" But yeah, they sensibly ignored me.
Or just appeared offline on Teams for a while.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like,
Yeah.
He knows the answer to these questions. Why is he asking them?
Yeah. So Matt, at this stage, I'm very conscious that we are already eating into another segment's time. But is there anything else at this stage that you wanted to make sure that everybody at home or wherever they're watching knows about with relation to Steam at this stage? Or
So let's do a quick summary.
everything?
Let's just do a quick summary. So Liverpool
Some more
to Crewe.
screenshots?
Let's do that while we do that. I've actually queued them up. That was what the blong was, everybody heard. So Liverpool to Crewe in 1958 is the route, with the LMS Jubilee, with the ex-LMS Jubilee in this case, the BR train, and here you can see the exterior, the lovely cab, and a close-up of the wheels. And then you've got the 8F as your freight train, lots of detail. Wagons, so the 16-ton mineral metal wagon, conflats, 5-plank wagons, the 20-ton standard brake with its interior, and then you've got obviously the look from the outside here. So the team are super passionate about what's being created. The level of research, as I've gone through in the stream, has been immense. And I just want to shout out to everybody, and big thank you to Em and Ben, who actually did a ton of documentation and sent me the images and so forth to support the stream here as well. So big thanks to them. I know they've in particular have actually done a lot of the reference research for this. So thank you both. And thank you to the whole team. The whole team are really pulling together. Everyone's super passionate about getting this in, and it's coming together really nicely. It's been really good to actually be able to show you where we're at. I mean, literally, the Jubilee had bright pink wheels until about 10 minutes before I took that screenshot, and that wasn't anything to do with me.
You're missing out, everyone.
Yeah, the bright pink wheels were something crazy, and that was nothing to do with me. It's just, I've got the team trained well. The pink is just the default colour now, but it was to do with something they were setting up, and I said I need to take some screenshots. I don't mind the pink wheels, but I'd rather show it with the real colour, so they changed it back to the real colour. So it's great fun, and looking forward to giving you updates as we progress.
Yeah, and as Matt alluded to, this is just the start, really. We are still away from release yet, and that's why I know there have been lots of questions in the chat. We've been able to answer some, but we've not been able to answer others at this stage. We will be answering them, though, over the course of the coming months when we have a little bit more information, things are a little bit more firmed up, and we've been able to kind of confirm those internally as well. We don't want to give you misleading or wrong information at this stage because we don't know the answers to some of these questions that you're asking at this stage. So this is the start. We're going to be doing a lot more of the kind of the Steam focus. We want to really try and bring you along on the journey of development with this. We're going to be taking some video recording of the audio recording that's going to happen on Monday. So we'd love to be able to tell you a little bit more about how we produce audio for something like this. We've got loads and loads of resource material that Matt alluded to. Love to do a live stream out of that, for instance. So there's going to be plenty of opportunities for us to talk a little bit more in more detail about some of the different facets of this route, and we can't wait to be able to show you it in all of its glory when it's ready to go, when it's running, when we're confident and happy with it. And that's going to be months away at this stage. But I would like to confirm at this stage as well, because I saw a couple of people mention it in the chat, this is not the summer release. So this is not the kind of the big summer release that you've come to expect from Train Sim World or Train Sim World 2. This is separate to that. So we're talking months, but it's not the summer release, inverted commas, that you've come to expect.
Yeah, as we get closer, we'll be able to start pinning down. But we've learned our lessons. We're not going to overpromise anything this time. What we wanted to do here was just give you an update on where we're at, because we've been really quiet on Steam for quite a long time now. Yeah. So it was kind of like, okay, we've got stuff to show. Let's show. And a couple of people have picked up that the short code in the bottom left of all the screenshots is for Horseshoe Curve. Apologies, this is not Horseshoe Curve. No, this is...
No. I mean, I'd say it couldn't be further away, but I mean, there are things that could be further away. But yeah, obviously that's a little bit of a faux pas on our part. We apologise. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, the fact that only a few people seem to notice that implied that most people were just looking at the pretty pictures, which is great. Yes. So we will kind of call the Steam session to a close at this stage. Obviously, as I said, this is the beginning of the conversation. We want to try and keep this going over the course of the next few months, and we'll probably dip in the next... Well, I'm not going to give you a time frame, but we will dip back in to talk about dev on the project in the near future. So I think that's about it for this session, Matt.
I think we've covered everything we wanted to cover.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, we talked about some of the more detailed reference, so forth. The team there put together a much more thorough overview of reference and so forth. And as JD said earlier, that'd be a really good subject of a live stream later on down the line. So we've got tons to talk about, tons to show you as and when it gets to the right point. And I think there's a lot to look forward to and a lot to look at as we go.
Wonderful. Okay, Steam, tick, done. Okay, we're going to move on to the next stage of the live stream. Matt, can you draw up the schedule for us, please?
There you go.
So we are a couple of hours, well, 2 hours 15 minutes in. We are a little bit behind, but we will make that up in the next session. We're going to do a Let's Play for Boston Sprinter. I'm excited. It's the first time I've had a chance to really kind of explore the route. I will not be driving, Matt will be driving, but we'll be using the Amtrak 50th anniversary livery, which came into game this week, so we'll be showcasing that off. And then we have DadRail doing a London commuter run. I've seen that session, really good, really recommend watching that one, staying on for that. And then Matt will be back to do a Let's Play for the BR Class 313, and that will take us through probably to about midnight. And I think that's late enough. Matt loves his 4-hour live streams, but I think even we're going 5 hours tonight, and I think that'll be all right, given that we're back on tomorrow as well. Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep going. Let's go to Boston Sprinter, shall we, Matt?
Right. So I'll have the cameras on just briefly while we get set up. Once we get properly going, we can get into that. So we are going to do. I wrote it on the document here. Hang on, what am I doing? Train 171 is what we're doing. So let's set it to. I'm going to do it in the summer. We do all of the demos we've done past have been in the snow, but I'm going to do this one in the summer because I'm a rebel.
And also with the weather as cold as it is in the UK at the moment, it's nice to think that it's sunny somewhere.
That's echoing you. Right, say that again, JD.
I was going to say,
That's
with
better.
all the rubbish weather that we're having in the UK at the moment, it would be lovely to know that it's sunny somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's it'd be much better. Right, okay, so we are going to do the awesome Amtrak 50th anniversary livery, which is I just cannot believe how excited I am to see that running around the tracks in reality. We spent quite a long time going through. Did I train 171? We spent a long time getting that designed and so forth with Amtrak, and it was when it finally became a reality. It was because it literally, I think it took them 16 hours to put the wrap on, so it was like it from nothing to something in the space of a day. Once it was all scheduled, it was amazing. So here it is in the game. I mean, it took months to get to that day, but. Right, so yeah, we're going to be doing from Boston. Wait for it to finish doing this thing. Good. Let's get the power in and put it.
And just while Matt gets himself set up, this is now in game for anybody that owns Boston Sprinter. It came in this week. PS4 users, I think you might have to wait a little bit longer than everybody else, but you should have that update now, and it should be playable in game.
Yes, absolutely. Let's have a look outside. Oh, there it is. Why have I got it on flashing lights? Stop! Don't put it on flashing lights.
The train equivalent of putting your hazards on.
There you go. Isn't that lovely? I really like how. And a lot of people haven't spotted until it's pointed out that there's this detail, sort of very subtly, to break up the grey with the New York skyline. I think that's really nice. It adds a nice difference to it. And
this is the real life. This was a real life wrap, wasn't it? On this loco, which we sent through the USA.
Yes, absolutely. You can go and see this right now. It's running the rails right now. I opened the wrong doors. It's fine.
Happens to the best.
Absolutely fine. Yes, so this livery you can go if you're anywhere near the Northeast Corridor, you can see it. If you're not, Google and YouTube. You'll find tons and tons of things to look at. It's great. Some really, really nice videos.
Yeah, do you want to kill our face cams, Matt?
Yeah, let's do that now.
Rather than see the loco. I'm going to adjust my desk so that I can sit down for the remainder of this session, because I've been standing up and my feet hurt.
It's really interesting because when we originally, so the wrap originally went through a process of being spec'd, and it was in a design file. But then when they actually, and we built the original livery according to that spec. And then, of course, they got all of the wraps printed out and produced, and then they went through this big process of putting the wraps onto the train. And the reason it took about twice as long as it should. Normally, it takes about 8 hours to put a wrap on, but it took a lot longer because there were a number of errors found in terms of just how the wrap related to the real loco. I don't quite understand why that came up, but it did. Such is the way of the reality, unfortunately. And what that meant was once the first photographs of the train, Amtrak sent us through the first shots of it being wrapped. I think some people shared that, and we shared that. We're on our way now. Our beta forum actually looked at it and started pointing out all the places where our implementation in the game didn't match the real world wrap. And so the art team had another pass at it, making it match the real-world version of the ACS64 wrap that had been wrapped. And then when we sent that back over to Amtrak for review, the Matt at Amtrak was he was very complimentary and said, "Oh, you found all the things that caused the wrap to take so much longer to put on and fixed them." So it was interesting. It was just little things that weren't lined up properly. And so forth. So you can see just how much of a challenge it is getting some of these things in the game and making them work. Not just in the game, but from effectively a PNG file. It wasn't a PNG file, but from an image, putting it onto a massive locomotive, and then taking that, putting it into the game, and some of the differences that you get there. Well, I like a bit of side by side running. I was
going to say, this is great, isn't it? We didn't even schedule this, did we?
No, I just picked this one because it was a good time of day. I like when peak out rush hour runs. So
nice one. Okay, so there were a couple of questions around the livery. Does it function like the Trainbow does on Southeastern?
No, it is set up because otherwise you can't pick it, which felt like that wasn't great. For something like this, we figured people want to actually select it and drive it rather than it be a 1 in X chance of randomly it appearing. So we've done it as a normal livery, a normal livery, so you can pick it and choose it. But it means that there are some inconsistencies, like sometimes you will see more than one train 662 showing up. But we thought that was better than it being incredibly difficult to see it. So that was the reason we went down that approach. We haven't tried the tech yet to make sure to see if we can do whole liveries in this way. And all that happens is currently the tech that does it on like the Trainbow style is just literally turning a decal on and off, which is a bit different to turning an entire livery on and off. So we wanted to factor those two things in. This felt like the right way to do it.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, important note actually, because we've not really mentioned this. If you are on Steam, all of the rush hour routes are currently 75% off, which is very exciting. So if you like what you're seeing tonight, well, I think Matt will touch on the Commuter in a bit, and there is a 313 section as well. All of the rush hour routes are currently 75% off on Steam. So if they've been on your wish list, or you are intrigued by what you're seeing tonight, just saying. They're a bit of a bargain right now, so if you want to go for them.
Yes, it does substitute randomly snap style. It just one of the jobs actually that was that held this up coming out, because the livery's been done in the game for a while now, was updating the Boston timetable to allow the substitution to take place, which caused some problems with some of the stuff, complex reasons that are needlessly complicated and slightly annoying, meant that we weren't able to properly resimulate the timetable, and so there were some other issues that needed fixing before we could get that in. And at the same time, I took the opportunity to fix the issue that was stopping all of the depot services from showing up. So one of the things I noted at the launch of it was that there's a bunch of services where you reverse the train out via the loop and then into the depot. And they were playable, but you had to sort of spawn at the right point and then you could get in, whereas they're now selectable from the menu.
Nice. Okay, probably worth talking about, because obviously this route was released back in, I believe it was August. I think it was August, or very start. I think it was August.
I think it was August.
There have been a few optimization changes that have come in since August, as well as a few bits and pieces improving the route here and there. I think one of the things that has been mentioned a little bit is around signalling, and we know that that is something that is currently, perhaps, Matt, when you've been sort of looking at the the route and reviewing it, that's something that we know that we have a little bit of work to do with it.
Yeah, the signalling has got a number of issues where certain circumstances aren't being catered for quite right. It's sort of like it's kind of in the right place, but there are a number of small errors which kind of hurt at the wrong points and mean that it looks a lot more bad than it really is. It's something that is aware of, and we're trying to get and look at that as soon as we can. In fact, Brandon, who did the rework of the overhead line equipment, which happened as a post-release update, is taking a pass at the signalling himself at the moment. So when our team get the chance to look at it, I'm sure he'll have a lot of really good input to help speed that process up.
Awesome. Okay. So we are coming into. Do you know what? I've been trying to reply back to stuff in chat, and I've not really been necessarily paying attention to where we're actually at. Is it Boston? We're still at
Boston Back Bay Station. So we're in the covered station, and then we will be making our way to Route 128.
Cool. While we're at this station, do you want to do a little route map?
Yeah,
showcase?
sure. So this is Boston South Station. And then down here you've got the loop I was just talking about, where the depot services reverse outbound here, and then they come down and into the siding here, into the depot. Sorry. You've got Boston Back Bay here. You've got the Framingham and so forth services that are AI that run up and down here, and there's tons of AI. So this northern part of the route, where you've got trains going up and down this section across over here, is probably one of the busiest sections on the route because there's so much AI traffic supporting that. And you can see here there's quite a lot still going on at Boston right now. There's 3 trains approaching at the same time, and then heading south you go via Route 128. You go via I can't remember, it's been so long since I've looked at this route in this level of depth, but you can see there's lots of stuff going on. You've got the yard here, which with Sandpatch Grade present populates it with some CSX trains and wagons. You've got the Stoughton branch over here, which comes from Canton Junction up here. A big rail fan point over here, where you can see the merging of the lines, and then this is a little branch line where the diesel trains go down, so that's a bit different. And then eventually you end up down here at Providence, at the south end of the line.
Nice one. And so I think Brandon's actually in the chat, and he's responding to a few people. So hi, Brandon. Good to have you in the chat tonight. Just a few people still talking about Steam, which is also very exciting. I can tell that Matt is really pumped to talk about it more, so that's good. What was I going to say? So obviously this is the most recent US passenger route that we've brought into game. We also have on the roadmap we have the Harlem line as well. That's on the roadmap at the moment, and there will be a new roadmap published on Tuesday. I don't think we've got any more information on Harlem line as of yet, but as soon as we do, we'll obviously tell you and shout about it from the rooftops.
Yes, absolutely. I know the team have been working especially hard on the signalling for that one and learning from things that didn't go right on both Lear and on this one, and because the Harlem line doesn't have very many visual signals, it's all done with the cab signalling, so it's even more important that stuff works well. But I'm also happy to say we've got some Metro North locals who are helping us in the beta group and providing an enormous amount of really useful guidance for us about how we should be doing things, and where it's less good for what's specific to Metro North. So it should be, I'm looking forward to seeing where that ends up.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing to know. Obviously with all of our routes, they go through, or our beta community have an opportunity to kind of provide us with feedback, and we do have a broad selection of individuals within that who are from all different walks of life, from all different kinds of places. So we do have some local experts, so to speak, for some of these things that we're looking at. So it's always really great to utilise their expertise in building the best things that we can do. Oh, we've got a map shot. There we go. Flashing lights as well. What a show off.
It's all about the flashing ditch lights. Well, we're getting to the fast section of the route now. So the ACA 64 travels up to 125 miles an hour. This route actually has speed limits going up to 150, which are for the Acela Express, which obviously not in the route. But this is 125 mile per hour loco. You spend quite a bit of time at 125 miles per hour.
I love how much the cab car is kind of moving around with the route. Does that happen on? I don't remember that happening on.
I've set it set to 200% because I like the cab moving around a lot. And in reality, the Northeast Corridor is a bumpy line. So I've got it dialed up to the max because I like to feel that movement. You look at most videos of trains on this, and they're if anything, this is understated. But it's I like to feel the motion in the cab.
Anybody gets motion sickness? Look away now. So we could do Tarandarampa with. You could do this on off the rails, I suppose. Could you the 612 on off the rails on this?
Yeah,
do you reckon?
612 on anywhere, yeah.
That will be interesting. Looking forward to Sam maybe trying that at some point. I think he has actually got an off the rails stream next week. I think we said we'd do it on Cathcart, but we might see if we can do another one in the future.
Yeah. I've seen Birdie on the forums telling me that cruise control now works.
Yes, I saw that actually as well.
Which surprised the team because they don't recall working on it.
It definitely wasn't in the patch notes.
No. I can't make it work. I'm clearly not clever enough.
Yes, and she says when Steam's out, Matt's just going to put those locos on every route. I think that's a fair assumption, to be honest.
Yep. Regarding the motion, is it randomly generated or dictated by the track? So the track says how bouncy am I right now? It's a roughness indicator, but then the roughness is randomly generated. Within that constraint. So you can have route, track which is very mild, in which case the bump will be very, very minimal. But the nature of the bump is randomly generated. To actually model the track at that point, or would probably be taking it a step too far. One thing it doesn't currently do is simulate bump over junctions, which is something that we want to do at some point. We do the clickety-clack correctly over each of the joints and over junctions. That's all timed specifically, with events on the track itself. But there's no physics bump yet with that stuff. .3 miles to our next stop at Route 128. The Amtrak trains stop at 4 stations on this route. Boston South, Boston Back Bay, Route 128 and Providence. So once we get out of Route 128, we've then got a 40 or 50 mile run down to Providence.
Absolutely. So I think at the moment the route is that we'll talk about the branches towards the beginning part of this stream. In terms of building on this route, that's not something that we're looking at doing at present. Are we looking at kind of any additional locos at this stage, or is it again something that
I've got a wish list, but there's you can probably predict what my wish list is going to be, folks, if you know the area. But it's at this point there's nothing announced, nothing planned. There you go, CSX
not on the roadmap.
It's there's nothing I can share about that. Certainly at the moment.
Get your bingo cards out. Not on the roadmap. Sorry, guys. At the moment.
I know what I want to see on here, and it's the same thing you want to see on here.
There's a few I would say they were guesses, but I'm not even sure they're guesses in the chat. Really, they're more. Yeah, okay, I know what you mean, Matt.
Underbreaking this one because historically what happens is I get so locked into the focus of the 125 miles an hour coming in, and I invariably miss this station.
Somebody has, I think it was Jason actually put in the chat that we haven't had a SPAD yet during the Festival of Rail, and we were obviously we were hoping there was maybe an expectation that this might be the first.
Oh right, okay. If anyone can deliver trouble, it's Matt. Jason, you know the 313 and East Coastway. Find me something super challenging, and I will do that when I do the 313 section. You know what? If we're going to have trouble, let's just have trouble properly.
Let's do it.
So people are saying it's such and such coming. I wasn't dropping any hints. There is nothing to say about new stock. I'm just saying what I want to see, and that's not a hint.
A wish list is very different to a action plan.
Yeah, exactly.
So Matt is going to be doing the 313 solo later. He's going to be harnessing every ounce of goodwill and enthusiasm from you guys in the chat to make sure you are you're ready and pumped to go for. I'm not going to say it's the graveyard shift, but it's definitely the final part, the 11 p.m. to potentially 12 o'clock slot. So make sure you're giving it your all with him.
No, I don't want to make it fly off any bridges, Jason. No. We'll probably stop one step short of that.
Oh, I like the colourings on the side of the station, on the Mind the Gap kind of area.
The platform colouring, yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's obviously my Saturday evening brain, but I like the colourings.
Yeah, the team tried to capture as much detail as they could from the way that it worked and where the yellow paint was, and as again they spend a lot of time looking at photographs, trying to replicate things as closely as they can. A vintage donkey. That's a good shout, I'll have to say. So what are you going to do about the donkey in this stream then? Baby donkey or something?
I think maybe like a donkey with a because you've got the donkeys that obviously pull like old carts. Maybe it's a donkey that pulls an old cart or something.
Yeah, something like that. I'm sure they'll come up with something creative.
If anybody is currently playing TSW2 whilst you are watching this stream tonight, and kudos to you if you are, let us know what you're playing in the chat. We'd love to know.
Yeah, because then what I can do is I can change to driving something similar to what you're driving and confuse you.
Haha.
I know that I really, whenever I listen into some of the streams that I watch from people and I'm playing the game at the same time, and AWS keeps going off, and I learn to ignore it, and then that gets me into more trouble. So it's, you know... It's, yeah, good luck.
Pegasus has asked, and I don't fully understand this question, so I might have to defer to you, Matt, on it. Why is the sound limit only 30? Why can't it be 256? And is it possible to increase that sound limit?
Sorry, what? Why is the sound limit only 30?
Yeah. Why can't it be 256? And is it
Do
possible
you mean in the settings
sound
screen?
limit?
I don't know where you're seeing 30.
No, I don't fully understand either. Maybe could you give us a little bit more information about what it is that you're...
Oh, sorry, do you mean the concurrent channels? It's 32. So the number of concurrent channels you can have is 32. Technically it's possible to increase it, but it's wasteful to do so. I mean, TS1 I think has a 200 concurrent, or maybe 256 concurrent. And actually, a lot of the trains which cause the most performance problems are abusing the 30, abusing that sound channel. They're doing too many. And one of the things that we found is that with Unreal's audio system, if we boost the number of concurrent sound channels. It has an effect on the frame rate, which is not a good thing, and that's not something we can just scale up or scale down, because you author for 32 or you author for 64 channels. If you suddenly lose 32 channels, then the audio would sound terrible. So we have to pick a sound, go with 32, which is the Unreal recommended number. It's a complete underlying, there is a little definition inside Unreal you can change, and then you rebuild the entire Unreal engine based on that number. So it is something that's possible, but it's not recommended by Epic, and it doesn't necessarily work well on all platforms. So we're sticking with 32. The stuttering, I think, is from my game for some reason. Cheap launch, I don't know why. But so yeah, it's the team of need to just do better at learning to author to the 32 sound limit, which should be possible.
So after we have done this this route, I will be taking my leave, and we'll be leaving you with DadRail. Not leaving you. DadRail will be next up. He'll be doing a London Commuter route, and then after that, Matt will be doing a live 313 session with you guys, and then we'll finish off Saturday. For those people who are excited, or who perhaps are not aware of what's coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow is really exciting for us. I love creativity, players being able to do their own thing and be able to create liveries within Livery Designer. So we're going to be showcasing Creators Club for the first time. Matt, I think you're going to be on that session with Nat tomorrow, aren't you?
Yep. I just remembered actually. Now you mentioned that, I owe her something. I need to get done. It's post haste tomorrow morning. So
post haste, yes, and that is that. I know we've talked a little bit about Creators Club, and I'm not going to gazump anything for tomorrow night, but it's exciting stuff. It's really, I mean, again, don't want to give anything away, but I was really excited when I saw some of the things that you might be doing tomorrow night.
Yes, we gave a demo internally, and I think everyone was quite excitable about it, and we're going to give you that demo tomorrow.
Yes. So make sure you tune in for that one. We're obviously running Boston Sprinter right now.
Yes, Boston Sprinter. We pointed through Canton Junction a little while ago, and we're on our way, continuing south, 24 miles to Providence. We're doing 125, or near enough 125. So high speed now down all the way. The other train you can drive on this route, you'll have seen it on here, is the MBTA train, the Massachusetts Boston Transport Authority, I think it is. So that's the F40PH with the single deck coaches. Someone asked why not the double deck coaches, because they're more common. There were various just real world reasons why the single deckers had to be done. I'd love to do the doubles at some point along with the HSP, but that's a dream for the future. So you can drive that, and again, being a diesel loco, they drive quite differently to the electric train. They're more sluggish to get moving, which is quite fun. If you're used to the Caltrain F40, it's easier to drive than the Caltrain F40 because it's got self-lapping brakes, whereas the Caltrain F40's got what they call manually lapped brakes. So if you're thinking, I didn't get on with the Caltrain F40, this is much easier to drive than that one. And then you've obviously got the cab car as well you can drive from as well.
Here we are flying through.
Going too fast. Let me slow down.
Do you realise? And we might actually be back on time for the actual live stream itself after being sort of 15 minutes behind. We might have caught back up.
Yes, well that was the hope, because it's only a 40-minute service. Cactus Juice there. Cactus Juice is Brandon. He laid the track and did the overhead catenary for this route, along with a number of other bits and pieces. Been a fantastic help to everything. And he was just saying there that super elevation degree values are true to life per Amtrak geometry car readings. The ensured every curve was realistic when he did the track. So there's a lot of painstaking detail gone into recreating the track work on this route. This area, the Northeast Corridor, I think is a particular passion for Randon. So it's I've seen some of the reference and research he's got, and it's kind of like up there with the level of reference and research that you've just been seeing with on the crew route. It's extensive.
That's why I think I've been really excited about being able to open kind of the window on development on during the Steam session. Anyway, I think we need to do more of that kind of thing, because a lot of what we do is seeing the finished product or the near to finished product, and I'd love it for us to be able to kind of show more about actually how we've got to that point, the processes that happen, challenges that have to be overcome, and yeah, opening up the door to development a little bit more, because that thing that you see on the preview stream, for instance, has had a big journey to get to the point that it's got to. So I'm going to kind of take it as a personal mission of mine to try and see if we can get more of that kind of development focus when we're doing either dev blogs or live streams.
I need a faster camera. Got to get up ahead of the train.
I'm going to say, when you're going 120 miles an hour, that's quite a challenge.
Feels like it's getting a bit behind us now.
Oh, not only just.
Only just. Let's put some speed back on again. Cap speed limit is still 125 miles per hour. This panel on the right here is your guide to speeds according to the Access and ATC systems. I've got them switched off at the moment, so they're passive. But the system will still work, it just won't slam the brakes on if you're going too fast. I don't know why I didn't remember to turn them on, but I didn't, so they'll still do the stuff and I will still follow them. It just means if I get it wrong, it won't matter, as long as I don't get it too wrong.
People ask for an ATC lesson.
So we do still have on the plan to do the US signalling session. Yeah, it's something that I've still got on my list to do.
Yeah, it took a bit of a back burner when things went a little bit crazy over sort of the rush hour release period. I've not really quite caught up from a streaming perspective since, so maybe when we get to a point where...
The thing is, a stream like that takes actually quite a long time to prepare for. Writing the stuff down, coming up with a condensed way of doing it, getting reference in pictures, and then trying to make it less waffly, and then obviously failing because I do everything waffly. You know, it's so it takes quite a long time to prep that, and it's just not been something I've not had the time to do. But it's not been forgotten; it won't be lost.
No, and again, we talked about kind of giving the developer opening up the door to development, but also I think there is a market out there. Sound like someone from The Apprentice. There is an opportunity out there, I think, for people like myself who have no idea in terms of ATC how that works and how that operates, and would probably get pinged every single time I try and do this route, to actually kind of have that as like a reference point for future. I know we talked about kind of tutorials and making sure that that sort of thing is reflected in game at some point, but obviously that requires a certain amount of work that maybe a stream might not do. So we should try and see if we can get that back in.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I've done two so far. I did the one on German signals and PZB and so forth. So that one's on YouTube, and it's a snippet, 4 hours. And then there's the one about braking systems, particularly American braking systems, which is another snippet around 4 hours. So PowerPoint included. But yeah, if you want to learn the ins and outs of those systems, then look at it. And I'm always happy to hear your feedback of more of this, less of this. It helps me make sure that I'm not wasting your time. Essentially, you want to learn something, and I want to make sure that you get the level of detail so that you can fully engross yourself in the subject, but not bore you to death.
Well, I know I take the mick a little bit sometimes with the 4-hour live streams, but really you don't help yourself sometimes, Matt.
Hey, 4 hours is a short live stream. What are you talking about? I just love playing the game. What can I say? Just by the time once I get into the flow of it, it's just like I do this and then do this and then do this, and then everyone's saying, "Matt, we've been here 6 hours. Can we go now?" No, I want to do another one.
But again, I mean, I've worked for other games companies in the past. I've obviously been at Dovetail nearly a year now, actually. And what I will say, and again, this is not intended to make you blush, Matt, but it's really, really encouraging and refreshing to see the exec producer of the game that you work on want to play the game, enjoy playing the game, and actually not want to stop any live streams they're doing because they're enjoying playing the game so much. That's really refreshing and really good to see, and obviously it should happen more often, but sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, no, it's good. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't playing, if I didn't enjoy playing the game. It's good. It's always been my hobby, and long may it continue to be.
Absolutely.
So just got the speed upgrade back to 125. So we just had a 110 going around that corner. 7 miles an hour from Providence.
And we might have caught back up the time that we lost when we were looking through the route map.
Possibly.
Oh, okay, we go back down to 60 in 2 and a bit miles, so probably not there actually.
There we go, getting there slowly. Has that allowed me to do another long stream? Not yet. But we haven't had an opportunity, to be fair, either. We've been busy. And we knew we had the Rail fan streams, this Festival of Rail stream coming up, so we focus on getting that out and done and doing great.
Yeah, you might have noticed the Rail fan TV schedule next week is a little bit bare. I think everybody's just been kind of leading up to this point for the last couple of weeks, and we're like, it's been quite a long sort of streaming weekend, this one, so let's give everyone a little bit of time back and just do the roadmap. And I think Sam's hopping in to do a stream next week as well.
Oof, I forgot to slow down.
Uh-oh.
Everybody look away.
This curve's gonna hurt. God, you can imagine what the passengers are gonna be like, can't you?
Yikes. It's all good.
Actually, yeah, we talked about Railfan TV. If you missed any of the streams from yesterday, they're on our YouTube channel. If you're watching on Steam or if you're watching on Twitch, you can watch the video. Sorry, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can see the VODs for Thursdays where we covered the new expansion pack, and Fridays where we did TS22, and we looked at the North Wales coastline. We showed that with Jamie last night. So if you missed any of those and you want to check them out, then please feel free to. We'd love to sort of take you for another 3 or 4 hour long journey, and all of the ambassador content and all of the creator content that we've showed over the course of the last few nights, we'll put that into a special playlist so you can watch those at your own leisure as well. Thank you everybody who has submitted videos for the Festival of Rail. It's great to have lots of different varieties and types of individuals coming on and showing their stuff.
Right, we'll try and pay a bit more attention now. He says already about to break another 60 mile per hour speed limit. However, if I do it at 63, it's actually not quite so bad. So we're good. We've also been looking at the fantastic work that Cactus Juice did there on all of the relaying all of the overhead line equipment. all the catenary and so forth. It's very, very good. So I hope everyone's enjoying that. Another little yard over here on the right with, in reality it's not really a CSX train. I think it's P&W, that Providence and Worcester, that I think run over here, but wanted to put some freight in there. And if you look on the map, you see it's all manual junctions, so that locomotive pair that this pair here, you can sit there and do some switching activities in all this yard over here as well if you want to. So there's some scope for a bit of entertainment there. Hello.
And Sonic Scott says that they Nebworth last night, Matt. They meant to stop at Strood on South Eastern and just carried on. They didn't realise until 3.2 miles later.
Well done. Oh, that's good.
It makes your Taranda Ramp overshoot look minuscule in comparison.
That never happened. There's no evidence of that. That's fine.
VOD. We mentioned this before, but if you like what you're seeing, you're enjoying this route, it is 75% off on Steam at the moment, as are all of the rush hour routes. So please feel free, if they've been on your wish list or you're liking what you're seeing, just saying 75% off.
Yeah, as with all of the rush hour add-ons.
Absolutely. People are asking about camera shots as well. Obviously, we struggled to get ahead of the train on this particular one. We were trying to take the shot beforehand. I imagine on the ICE and a couple of the other locos, it becomes very difficult for the camera to get in front of the train.
Yeah, the camera. I think the camera probably goes about 120 miles an hour with the shift key on. So at around the 120, 125 mark, you really are get to a point where you cross the threshold for that. Now that is something that we want to look at improving, but it's that's the way it is at the minute. Yes. In TS1, what you can do is if you lift the camera up a bit and fly higher, it makes it go faster. It's a little thing that you might not know that. You should know that by now. I would hope most people know it. But if you didn't, if you want the camera to go faster in TS1 or TS 2022, I mean, then fly the camera up a bit and you'll see it gets faster as you go higher. But that doesn't happen in this one.
So we are just under a mile outside of Providence. And we are going to be over time, sadly. As much as I thought we might not be, we are over time. I feel like we're going to be over the 30 speed limit that we're coming up to.
What 30 speed limit? There's no 30 speed limit. It's not a thing. There's no such thing as 30 speed limits. Sorry, I thought I'd have an external shot. I'm really bad habit of when I'm driving, I stay in the cab when I don't go outside. Some might wonder why that is, because I'm no better if I stay in the cab, but I'm much worse if I'm messing around with the camera. So now I'm going to stop too early.
For those people who are interested in the livery, it is the Amtrak 50th anniversary livery, which is now available for free if you've got the Boston Sprinter route. We updated it this week, and this is a real life livery as well. You might see it on the Northeast Corridor if you're out and about in the area.
And if you're not, go look for it. Pictures on railroadpictures.net or YouTube.
All of your standard places.
Can stop. There's only a red light in front of you. There you go.
Oh. You do like to cut it fine, don't you, Matt? Make everybody
the red light's down there, so we're alright. Love this livery though. If only for the fact that actually, you know, what a fitting livery for the Northeast Corridor. It's what the toasters used to use. Oh my god, I can't remember what they were now. You know what I mean, the toasters.
Someone in the chat will know, yeah.
But yes. It's nice. I think it's phase 3.
Kalador says the passenger right.
AEM7s, that's what I'm trying to think of. AEM7s. There are 2 AEM7s actually. Well, one AEM7 kind of back in service. Caltrain have just recently shown some photographs of it decked out in the Caltrain livery, and they're using it as a test train for the electrification on the line before the Stadler trains arrive, the double-decker electric trains that they're bringing in there. So up until they get that, they've got the AEM7, which they got from Mark, I think, and they're using that for. See, that's perfect, complete 100% speed limit adherence there. Yeah, it's really good to see it in the Caltrain livery, and good to kind of see them. One of them back operational. I think the other one is going to be used as the source of spares for the one that they're mainly using. It'd be nice to get out there and do another recording trip, I think, personally, but
I'll tag along, Matt, if you insist. But nice work on the gold.
See, gold medal. It's fine.
Nice one. Okay, alright, so that is Boston Sprinter. Check. Done. Remember, guys, if you are interested in that route, it's 75% currently on 75% off, as are all of the rush hour routes on Steam currently. So yeah, hope you enjoyed that session. Matt, shall we get the schedule up again just to remind everybody what is coming up? So we have just finished the Boston Sprinter Let's Play. We are going to move on with a London commuter run from DadRail. Now, DadRail, if you do not know, is an ex train driver, so he has some really brilliant insights.
I think he's a current train driver.
Oh, current train driver. Sorry, DadRail, if you're in the chat. I can't remember what you meant. I've got that fixed in my head somehow, the X, but anyway. So he can give some really brilliant insights into how things in real life are in comparison to Train Sim World 2, yeah, he does a really good London commuter route. Obviously that will come up in a second, and then Matt will be doing a Let's Play on the BR Class 313. That's a slight change to our original schedule. Sadly, Game Over Gaming, there were some technical difficulties with us getting the video, so we're going to try and show that at a later date on a future stream. But here is where I leave you for the evening, everybody. It's been wonderful. I hope you're excited about Steam and look forward to kind of giving you a little bit more information about that coming up in the next few months. But Matt will be kind of steering you through for the rest of the evening. And I'm filling because I'm not quite sure if he's got himself ready to go. Matt, are you ready to go?
It's just a button click away.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I will pass you over to DadRail then, and I will see you later. Have a good evening, everybody.
See you later, JD. I will be back after DadRail. Enjoy the video.
See you later.
Hello, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Richard, and I am a mainline train driver based in the southeast of England, and a wannabe YouTuber. And it is absolutely fantastic to have you with me today for a run on the brilliant Dovetail Games Train Sim Worlds 2 London commuter route. So let's get started and load up the game. Look at that, 1,316 timetable options on this route. It's absolutely epic. So we're going to have a run in the Class 377, partly because this is one of the trains I used to drive on this particular route as a mainline driver. We'd make it nice and easy. We'll have a nice sunny run, I think, just because it looks better on the stream. The weather effects in this are really good, but yeah, it just looks a bit better on the stream if we have a nice sunny run. I think we'll do a Brighton to London run. What should we do? 1 Alpha 49 Brighton to London Victoria. Let's give that one a go. Drive this southern service from Brighton to London Victoria. Class 377, 361.4 tonnes, 8 coaches, 178.4 yards. And we are in, I think we're in platform 3 at Brighton by the looks of it. Anyway, let's get set up. Key in. What I will do is, because I like to drive with the safety systems turned on, so I'm going to go over to the safety systems panel and I am just going to reinstate all of the safety systems. And sit back in the chair. So, into neutral. cancel our AWS, you can use the Q key for that, or we can press the button and unlock doors. It is very good practice to unlock the doors. If you have an offside door release like we have here, it's very good practice to get up out the chair and actually open them on the offside. So we're going to set our lights as well to day running, tail lights to the off position, and we are all ready to go. Wait until 17:33 for our departure. We've got a green and we've got an M. There we go, 17:33, lock the doors. So we've got interlock, we've got a green, and we've got an M in the theatre box, which is for the main line. So, into forward, and off we go. Now you might have noticed a little cheeky edit there, and that's because I've been told that this video is to be no longer than an hour, and the route we're running is 1 hour 4 minutes, so there's going to be a couple of little cheeky edits in. See if you can spot them all. So we're 15 miles an hour leaving Brighton. We've got Lovers Walk Depot and the excellent 313. That is a lovely train in this game. Really enjoy driving that one. And the other train featured in this route on the left there, the Class 387. So it's waiting for the back of the train to clear the 40 board there, and we can accelerate. So we're stopping at Hassocks, Burgess Hill, Haywards Heath, Gatwick Airport, East Croydon, Clapham Junction and London Victoria. So our first stop is Hassocks, and we're going up to 40s. Taking power notch 2, the speed limit will increase again to 75 just before Preston Park. So rather than take power notch 4, get up to 40 and then shut off, we just take power notch 2. Just makes the acceleration a little bit more smoother for the passengers. Just going past our 75 board there, and off we go. Waiting for the back of the train to clear. And power notch 4. So for those of you who haven't seen my content before, I am a freight train driver based in the southeast of England. I used to be a passenger train driver. I used to work for the company that operate blue passenger trains from Hastings. I've been on the railway for about 15 years, driving for about 12 years in various different roles. Shunter driver, mainline driver, as I said, freight driver, passenger driver, platform staff. So I've been around a bit, got a fair bit of railway knowledge. Hopefully I can pass some of that on to you during the course of the stream. So we've just gone through Preston Park Station. Got the berthing sidings on our left. Quite often Class 700 stabled in there these days. So I'm going to take the power back to power notch 2, just to kind of hold the speed there. Although the limit's 75, we kind of want to allow a little bit of margin for error. If we've got a 75 limit and we're always staying tight to the limits, then you know, if you creep over a bit because you're going downhill slightly, it doesn't leave you with much room for error. Yes, we do like to be a little bit under. Just coming round to Patcham Tunnel. There's our 90. Give a power notch 4, get the speed up. So we pass under the A27 Brighton bypass, and we've got the A23, which is the main road from Brighton up to the M25 and Croydon, just coming up on our right hand side. I think I've just missed it. I do normally, when I'm streaming, I drive with the heads-up display turned on, just because it's a bit easier for everyone to see what's going on, what power notch I mean, what speed we're doing, etc, etc. But I think when Dovetail Games released this route, the real test for me was, as a mainline driver that actually signs this route and drives this route, the mainline test, the test for me was whether I could actually get on this route and drive it and stop at all the stations without using the heads-up display. And first time I played it, I done it on a live stream, and I'm pleased to say the route is bang on. It is really good. So just coming into Clayton Tunnel now. Clayton Tunnel was actually the scene of quite a horrific train crash many years ago, and it's reputedly haunted, as a number of railway tunnels supposedly are. And I've actually heard stories from fellow drivers that they've seen apparitions in the tunnel. Nothing to report on my journeys, but yeah, quite interesting. It's got a lovely, lovely grand exterior as well, which we should see as we come out. Absolutely beautiful. Just as we drop out the tunnel, we want to be getting some braking for hassocks. It'll be rather embarrassing, having said that I signed the route, and how good it is if I then overshoot the station. We do that a lot in the streams. We overshoot stations and spad and derail. I always say to the people, I do drive better in real life than what I do on the game. I promise. So generally speaking, we're using brake step 1, brake step 2 when we come into stations. We try not to use brake step 3. We need to keep that in reserve. I'll explain why a little bit more in a minute. So we are an 8-car train. We are looking for the 8-car marker. And you always want to try and do your final stop in brake step 1, so you don't get a nasty sort of jolt as you come to a stand. That's not too bad, that's pretty close, we'll take that. So when I stop the train, my procedure is going to brake step 3 into neutral, and I'm checking we've got 8 carriages, we're on the 8-car mark, and the platform is on my left. Open the doors. So we're running a few seconds late, but nothing too drastic at the moment. It's probably because I come out of Brighton a little bit slowly. So we are into forward. Burgess Hill is our next station stop. So pulling away from stations, if we're running on green signals and we're on a dry rail, power notch 4 would be the way I'd pull away. If you've got a wet rail, then you'd probably power notch 2 and then sort of increase 3 and 4. If it's a really wet rail, then power notch 1, get it moving. But if you're on green signals, there's no reason why you can't go straight into power notch 4. There's no reason on a 377 to notch up the train. So not too far to Burgess Hill. So I want to get the train up to about 65 miles an hour, and then I'm going to shut off and coast. Actually, there's a coasting board on the left, a diamond-shaped board on the left, so I'm actually going to shut off now. 63, close enough. And we give the driver a wave on the other side. Do train drivers wave at each other as we go past? Yes, we do. Sometimes the other drivers don't wave back. But I always give a friendly wave. We're a friendly bunch, generally speaking. So about a mile out, I'm going to drop brake step 1 in for Burgess Hill. I'm actually going to take that back, actually. I think I've put the brakes in a little bit too early for the Burgess Hill there. Probably way too early, to be fair. There we go, we'll give it some brake now. So as you can see by the signal on the right there, the Brighton main line is fitted with SIMBID, which is simplified bidirectional signalling. It's fitted all the way up to Balcombe Tunnel Junction, I believe. So we are an 8-car train, we are looking for the 8-car mark. Bit of brake step 2 just to bring her in. I think we're going to need a little bit of free there, which is not good driving on my part. Back to 2, and then back to 1 for the final stop so we don't get that jolt. So brake step 3, into neutral, 8-car train, S-car mark, platform on the left. We're 25 seconds down, but we're not too bad. Let's get those doors closed. I'm going to forward in preparation. And we've got interlock, blue light there, power notch 4, off we go. Green signal ahead. We are off to Haywards Heath with our 8-car train. So one of the most common incidents for passenger train drivers to be involved in is what's known as a stop short incident. So it's where you've got an 8 or a 12-car train and you stop on the 4-car marker. So we use an 8-car train, for example. If I've got an 8-car train and I stop on the 4-car marker, potentially I've got 4 carriages hanging off the end of the platform. If you then open the doors with 4 carriages hanging off the end of the platform, there is the potential for someone to open the doors expecting a platform to be there and fall onto the tracks, which is obviously not something we want to happen. So that's why I'm always saying 8-car train, 8 on the 8-car mark. Especially during the journey on the Brighton main line, a lot of trains join up at Haywards Heath to other trains and divide at Haywards Heath. So your formation is changing on route. So it's a very good idea just to keep track of what's going on. So we've just gone across Keema Junction and we are coming through Withersfield Station. Our speed limit is 90 miles an hour. Yeah, the other type of incident is wrong side door releases. So it's when you come into a station and the platform's on either the right or the left. 9 times out of 10 the platform will be on the left. So you kind of get into a routine. You come into a station, doors on the left, open, doors on the left, open, doors on the left, open. And you can almost fall into a pattern of like muscle memory. And what will happen is you'll pull into a station and the doors will be on the right. But you'll be kind of not thinking properly. I mean, there could be other things happening. So you'll come into a platform, you'll open the doors on the left and you shouldn't have done that, the doors are on the right, operational incident. And again, although you know you could say it'll never happen, but that there is potential for then someone to open the doors on the wrong side and fall out the train. So that's why I'm always checking. You know, they used to call it the 3-step check, which when you stop your train, you're checking your formation, checking what side your platform's on, just making sure you're opening the doors on the right side and you're stopped in the right place. So there's our coasting board and a number 3 sandlight marker coming towards Haywards Heath. Yes, we've just gone across Kemah Junction, which was the junction just before Withersfield. The line from there goes down to Plumpton, Cooksbridge, and joins up with the East Coastway route at Lewes. So I've shut off, so the speed's coming down quite nicely there. AWS magnet for the signal. I'm just going to drop her into brake step 1. I've actually changed my mind. I'm going to go into brake step 2. Because we are coming in pretty fast. If we were going into any of the loops here, it'd be 40 miles an hour through the points at Haywards Heath. So if we had the route indicators. That's a really nice touch by Dovetail Games having that abandoned wagon there, because that is there in real life and has been for many years. Yeah, could have got away with brake step 1. Slowed down a bit too fast there. He says going into 2. And probably going into 3. It's because I was trying to show you the wagon. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Back to 2. We're going to release that because we're going a bit slow. And we want back to 1 for the stop. Oh, almost perfect. So step 3 neutral, 8 on the train on the MyTrack screen there, 8 on the platform, it's just behind the train, and doors on the left. Green signal, we are on time, lock doors. Into forward in preparation. We've got interlock and we are good to go. Straight into power notch 4. We are off to Gatwick Airport with our 8-car train. Loving the little flowers on the platform at Haywards Heath there. Very colourful. So you can see the marker boards coming up on the left. They are countdown markers for the signal. So at some locations where you've got high risk signals, high risk of SPAD, all that sort of thing, or like in this case you could easily misread the signal because there's 3 signals on the gantry, they sometimes put countdown markers in just to aid you with your distance judgment. So we are 90 miles an hour now all the way down to Balcombe Tunnel. So we're just going over what is called Copyhold Junction. Copyhold Junction. And the line to our extreme right, which we'll see branch off in a minute, is the Ardingly branch, down to the Ardingly Stone Terminal. Just goes off down to our right hand side there that you can see. So we're just coming up to the beautiful Ouse Valley Viaduct, which requires an outside shot. So let's get ready for the outside shot. I'm not very good with the free cam. I need to kind of work on it. The draw distance is incredible. The detailing on the draw distance is really very good on this. Look at that, stunning, absolutely stunning. You know what I've done? Being outside the train, looking at the outside views. That's not good, is it? Oh, dear oh dear. Right. This is what happens all the time. This is what happens all the time. It's all part of the fun. Welcome to one of Richard's videos. Off we go. Yeah, no, because I was on the outside view and I've got the safety systems turned on, I kind of missed the driver safety device pedal going off. Which does lead me actually into... I suppose we could talk about the driver safety device and the vigilance device as well, briefly. So on most trains, the driver safety device is now a pedal, as you can see there. It used to be called the dead man's handle, traditionally. And the idea was you have to keep the handle continuously pressed down. Now you have to keep your foot continuously on the pedal. And if you don't, the emergency brakes come on. The problem is, if you're that way inclined, you could get something a little bit heavy and put it on the pedal, or back in the olden days on the slam door units, drivers used to hang their bags on the handle to keep it pressed down. You could then go and to the other side of the cab, make yourself a cup of tea. Train drivers never do anything like that, I promise you, it doesn't happen. So in order to combat that, you've now got something called the vigilance device. So you need to keep your foot on the driver safety device pedal at all times. But if you don't touch the controls, say for example we're travelling along now, if I don't touch the controls for a period of more than 60 seconds, something called the vigilance alarm will go off. And what that means is, hey, you haven't touched the controls for a long time, are you still here? So what you'll need to do is you need to lift your foot off the pedal and push it back down again, and that just acknowledges that you're still in the cab. It's just gone off there as I was talking about it. So the idea of that is, obviously, you can't then wedge anything on the pedal to keep it held down, which is great. And if anything has happened to you and you slumped over and you're still on the pedal, after 60 seconds the alarm's still going to sound. If you don't reset the alarm, the vigilance alarm, or you take your foot off the DSD pedal, incidentally I will mention, if you do lift your foot off the DSD pedal, you've got 7 seconds to put it back on before the emergency brakes come on. It won't just happen sort of straight away. Balcombe station you've just gone through. It won't happen straight away. You've got 7 seconds to put your foot back down on the pedal. But if you don't put your foot back down on the pedal, the emergency brakes will come on. Then what will happen is, after a period of time, your GSMR radio here will start beeping at you. You get like a beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop sort of noise going off. No, it's not actually. It's more of a da 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 da. Yeah, free sound effects. And it will come up on the radio preparing DSD alarm. And if you don't, you then have to cancel that. If you don't cancel that, it will basically send... Oh, what's happened? What have we done now? It's happened again. Oh god, this is not happening. More driving, less talking, I think. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Step 3, neutral, acknowledge, forward. Off we go. Oh dear, twice in one journey. So what happens now is you get tea and biscuits with your manager when you get back, and you might get your P45. So basically, anyway, GSMR radio will come up with DSD alarm activated. If you don't cancel that, the radio will then send an alert to the signal box, and the signalman will get a warning that the DSD alarm's been activated. The signalman then has several options. They can actually make a PA announcement on the train through the radio. So the signaller sitting in the signal box can make a PA announcement for your train via the radio to ask if there's a conductor on the train, or ask if there's any member of staff on the train that's able to assist. Or they can ask a train that's coming in the opposite direction to stop and check that you're okay. Right, so we've just gone through Balcombe Tunnel. We'll see if we can get to Gatwick Airport without any more dramas. Coming up on Balcombe Tunnel Junction now. So our line speed has dropped to 80. We'll go back up to 90 once we clear the junction. So the position 1 route indicator would take us onto the up slow. We're staying on the up fast. I promise I'd drive better in real life than what I do on a stream. Right, so coming over the junction now, just gone past our 90 board. Many moons ago, the Brighton main line used to be 100 miles an hour from this point up to Redhill Tunnel. When Connex first took over the franchise back in, I want to say 1996, 1997, you had the Class 319 services operating the Brighton Express, they used to call it. It used to be Brighton, East Croydon, London, Victoria. It was like a 49-minute journey time or 39-minute journey time. And the 319s were re-geared to do 100 miles an hour, and the line speed was increased to 100 miles an hour from this point. But these days it's 90. So we're going past the Thameslink depot, Three Bridges Thameslink depot on our left and our right. If you were on the slow lines, your line speed would be dropping to 60 miles an hour just before Three Bridges, but on the fast lines we are good for 90 all the way through. A couple of things to point out as we come up to Three Bridges. Big building on your left there is, or right in front of you, is the Three Bridges Rail Operating Centre, which is the new signalling centre, and the building on your right there is Three Bridges Area Signalling Centre. So they are the signal boxes at Three Bridges. The electrical control operator, the ECO who's in charge of the third rail, is also at base at Three Bridges. So I'm just going to knock a little bit of brake on there because we're quite tight to that 90 and we're going downhill, so I'm just going to give us a little bit of room for error. Passing underneath the A23 at this point. And we can see the freight yard coming up on our left hand side. That is Crawley New Yard. Crawley New Yard Freight Terminal. Lovely aeroplane going past. Tinsley Green Junction just coming up. The various route indicators there. Position 1 would take us onto the up slow. Position 2 would take us onto the up slow loop, I believe it's called. So I'm going to put brake step 1 in just as we come across the junction. Incidentally, there used to be a station at Tinsley Green, which I believe was the original Gatwick Airport station. We're coming in way too fast there, so we're going to drop a bit of brake step 2 in. Nice aerial view of the runway and the airport there. I wouldn't say I'm an aviation geek, but I quite like the odd aeroplane. And I was lucky enough to be sat on a brake step 3, bad driving. I was lucky enough to be sat on a ballast job in an engineering position right on the runway at Gatwick Airport a few months ago. So it was really nice watching the aeroplanes go over. Best seat in the house. Ooh, really bad driving on my part. Brake step 3. Back to 1 for the stop though. Into 3, into neutral. We are an 8-car train, we are on the S-car mark, and the platform is on the left. And we're now well late. We are 1 minute 30 late, roughly. Close the doors, green signal, into forward. And we are off to East Croydon via the quarry lines. So we are 90 now, all the way up to just past Ellsworth, just before Redhill Tunnel. That's quite nice there. As we've gone through the gap across the points, we've actually lost the traction current. It is possible in some locations where you could actually come through a a gap in the conductor rail and stop in that gap and then not be able to go again. That's known as becoming gapped. So we're just coming through Hawley. So we're just coming up to Salford's. Freight terminal on the left is currently out of use as of today, but that was Salford's oil terminal. Just on the left there. So Salford's is only platforms on the slow lines. It's quite a steep uphill gradient as far as Red Hill Tunnel, where we kind of start going downhill again. As a freight train driver, gradients play a huge part in your route knowledge. It's because of the weight of your train, gradients have a much greater effect on the way the train handles. Uphill gradients, you can kill your speed very quickly, and likewise downhill gradients, you can be creeping over the speed limit very quickly. You need to know, like if you're going downhill coming towards a red, you need to put that much more brake in. Likewise, some locations, if you're going uphill towards a red, don't put the brake in, just take the power off and let the gradient slow the train down. So I'm just going to shut off now, so we've got the 80 coming up round the corner at Aylesford as we go into Red Hill Tunnel. That's Aylesford Station on our left there. Just going to drop a little bit of braking just to bring it down to that 80. A little bit more then. So as I said earlier, the line to our left goes up towards Red Hill, and it will join onto this line further up at Stoatsness Junction. So Red Hill's a nice junction station. You've got a line that goes to Tunbridge, over to South Easton, and there's another line as well known as the Surrey Hills line, which goes off from Red Hill up towards Guildford and Reading. So we're back up to 90. The next station on this line is Purley. If you were on the slow line, you'd be going through Red Hill, Merstham and Coulston South. Featured on the London commuter route is the Reigate branch, which is the first station on the aforementioned Surrey Hills route to Reading. The line is diesel primarily, except the section from Red Hill to Reigate, which is third rail, and Reigate is modelled on the Dovetail Games routes. So if you do the Reigate services, then you can run along the slow lines instead of the quarry line that we're running along now. So if we look to our left in a few minutes, we should see Merstham Station, which is on the slow lines. I might be looking a little bit too soon. We should see it just before we come across the M25, so you should be able to see it through there. Just about make it out down there, Merstham Station. So we've just gone over the M25 motorway and we're coming into Quarry Tunnel, which takes us through the North Downs. So we're just passing over what's known as Starbridge, and if you look to our left, just down there, that is the slow line. So we are now to the left of the slow lines. Let's have a little bit of horn action. Yeah, it's going to bring my speed down to 85 because we're quite steep downhill now. Beautiful. That just means it can creep up a little bit on its own. So we're coming through a section of railway track known as the Covered Way. When the line originally opened, this used to be a tunnel. I believe they had a few fall-ins on the tunnel, which is why they opened it up. But I'm not too sure on the exact history of that. So as the A23 runs to our left now, you can see the slow lines coming in on the right. And we are passing over what's known as Stoats Nest Junction. The train to our left are on the Tatnam Corner line. The one on our left there waiting to go into Colston Town Station. The station you'll see to your left is Reedham, which is on the Tatnam Corner line, which is not modelled or included in this game. You can see Reedham just poking through there. So if we were on the slow lines, our speed limit would be dropping to 60 miles an hour at Purley, but on the fast it stays at 90 all the way through to South Croydon. At Purley, on the far side, you've got the lines, trying to get a good shot, you've got the lines that go to Tattenham and Caterham, and you've got the aggregates terminal at Purley as well. Lovely bit of graffiti on the bridge there. It's really good attention to detail. I do like that. So we're just coming through Purley Oaks and we are going to get an AWS warning for the 60 mile an hour speed. People walking far too close to the edge of the platform. So there'll be a road bridge coming up in just a second. Just there. That is a good place to get your brakes on for your 60. Our next station stop will be East Croydon. It's just coming up to South Croydon now. We might just need a little bit of brake step 2 to bring it in for that 60. We might be okay. The bridge is normally a pretty sound point. In real life, that's the braking point I would use, or would have used. I now only drive this route as a freight train driver. Yeah, look, there's your 60 and 60. Pretty much bang on. That's what I mean, you know, in real life when I used to drive this route as a passenger driver, I'd use that braking point, and then I've used it in the game and it's just worked spot on. So, you know, that gives you some idea of how good the physics are. Right, so our next speed limit is 45 miles an hour. So all lines going into East Croydon are 45, with the exception of platform number 1, which has an additional 30 mile an hour around the corner. We've got position 1 route indicator on our next signal, which tells us we will be going into platform number 1, so we do need to get down to 30. So 2 yellows. That means our red is at the end of the platform at East Croydon. Yeah, so like I say, East Croydon, 45 all platforms, all crossovers are 25, with the exception of platform 1, which is 30. So now my main focus is red ahead. So I'm actually regulating my speed for the signal rather than the station stop. So on a red signal we aim to be doing no more than 20 miles an hour across the AWS magnet, which is coming up. And we are an 8-car train heading for the 8-car mark. We have red ahead. Back to 1 for the final stop. And we'll be brake step 3. We're going to set the DRA because we're on a red signal. And we're going to go into neutral. Now what we're going to do, because the platform is on the offside, we are going to get up out the seat, we're going to walk across to the offside, and we're going to open the doors on the offside, because that is good practice. It's beautifully modelled, East Croydon. Absolutely beautifully modelled. It's a very nice station. I stand here for ages just watching the trains go past. Okay, our signals come off 2 yellows and green, so we're going to take our DRA back and we're going to close our doors. We're going to go into forward. Clapham Junction, platform 12. Green signal, we are off to Clapham Junction with our 12-car train. 8-car train, apologise. So you could just be led into it there. 8-car train. We are 45 miles an hour at the moment. Or we will be. The back's still on that 30. There we go. Now we're 45. We'll be going up to 60 in a few minutes. The train on our right is on the slow lines. So that train could be heading towards Selhurst on the slow lines, or it may go via London up to London Bridge. So we're now coming across... If I stop speeding, there we go. We're now coming across Windmill Bridge Junction. Position 4 route indicator would take us to London Bridge via Norwood Junction and Forest Hill. We're staying on the main line up to Selhurst. The line we're about to go over the top of, just down there, I don't know if you saw that there, that is the line down to West Croydon. That then continues down to Sutton, amongst other places. So just going around the corner into Selhurst. Selhurst is also the home of the train care depot, which you can see there. And if you're a Crystal Palace fan, of course, Crystal Palace Football Club is at Selhurst. So we drop down quite steeply now towards Thornton Heath. So I'm just going to let the train take the strain. We are up to 70 miles an hour now, pretty much all the way to Clapham Junction. I'm just going to give that a little bit of power. And we're whizzing through Thornton Heath. Yeah, it's just keeping an eye on my speed there, making sure we don't creep up too much. One of the things I would absolutely love to see added into this route would be a class 455. I know absolutely everyone's got their list of wants and you know what they'd like to see in the game and stuff, but I think as far as I know there's no metro services in this. So the stations we're going through now, we've just been through Norbury. So Thornton Heath, Norbury, up to London Victoria. Those are typically operated by Class 455s. So it'd be really nice to have some 455s in it, so we can do some of the A455, so we can do some of the metro services. So we've just been through Norbury. Like I said, we're now coming down to Streatham Common. So we're still 70 at the moment. We do get a 60 just before Balham. So just keeping an eye on my speed because it is picking up. Streatham Common Station. So the spur that you can see at the right there will take you up to Streatham Hill. Sorry, Streatham. We've just gone through Streatham Common. The spur will take you up to Streatham. And the line that you can see there to our left, now our right, will take you onto the down Portsmouth. So if you were to follow that route, you would end up once again at Sutton via Mitcham, or you could go via Tooting and Wimbledon. So I'm just going to keep power notch 2 in. I'm not going to sort of get it back up because we've got to drop down to 60 in a minute. Yeah, we're going downhill, so it's kind of picking up itself. We do start to climb as we get towards Balham. The gradient actually changes quite significantly. So just getting it down for the 60 as we come around the corner at Balham. Just about there. Perfect. And the line coming in from our right comes from Streatham Hill. So that's Streatham Hill Depot. Eventually that'll take you to Crystal Palace. Beautiful as we come through Balham. You can see there the great changing gradient, really noticeable. Position 4 route indicator there will take you onto the up slow. If you are going onto the West London line, so if you want to go via Kensington Olympia and you want to go up to Wilton and the West Coast Main Line, you will need to cross onto the slow at that signal. That is the last place you can cross over. So if you're going to Kensington or you're on the Milton Keynes service and you're still on the fast lines now, you're in trouble. So the gradient's really steep here as we come down through Wandsworth Common. And we are heading towards Clapham Junction. Clapham Junction was at one time Britain's busiest railway station. 2 yellows. So we always drive what they call we always drive defensively, defensive driving. So as soon as we encounter an adverse signal aspect, we do positive actions. So one of the positive actions is commentary driving, which is actually calling out the signal. 1 yellow. Another positive action is actually putting the brakes on. So we make sure we're taking positive actions when we go past these signals. So red ahead. So what we don't do is race towards red signals. There's absolutely no point in racing towards red signals. 1 yellow. So the lines coming in from our left is the South Western Main Line. That goes down towards Wimbledon and then on to Weybridge, Woking, Basingstoke, Southampton, all those good places. And the line going off to our right, as you see there as we come in platform 16, 17, where the other 375 is. No, there's no 375, sorry, 377. Yeah, far right lines is the West London lines. That'll take you down to Kensington Olympia and eventually down to onto the West Coast Main Line. We are 8 for the 8. Back to 1 for the stop. And there we go. Brake step 3, neutral. No need to set the DRA because we've got signals. 8 on the train, 8 on the platform, platform on the left. So 8:27:59, 8:28, bang on time. Timetable does seem to be quite generous considering we had those 2 emergency brake applications. And we should have gone into forward already, but we didn't. Never mind. Stop at London Victoria. We are 8 cars. We are leaving on a green. We are off to London Victoria. So I'm starting to drop a few frames around this area now. The track work is really, really intensive. So that's to be expected. It's very detailed and Dovetail have done a really, really good job. So position 1 route indicator there would take you across Poparts Junction, and that would take you down to a place called Longhedge Junction, which you can then access Stewart's Lane Depot from. But more importantly, you can get back up onto the Southeastern Main Line. So if you were going via the Southeastern Main Line, if you wanted to go down towards Denmark Hill, Bromley, places like that, you'd go down the junction on the left there. Superb modelling of Battersea Power Station as we come round. I do like the modelling on this. It's really good. It looks fantastic at night as well. If you do a night run, it does look really, really good. So Battersea Park, and that is our final station before London Victoria. Very easy to misread the signal there. You can see on the red, it's very easy to misread that. The danger would be, of course, if we were actually going on to the if the signal on the left was green and R1 was red. Be a very real danger there of you reading the wrong signal and potential for a SPAD. So our limit's about to drop to 40. But we're in a good place for that at the moment. As we come across Grosvenor Bridge, beautiful modelling, beautiful. Again, if you drive this at night, it does look superb. The gradient coming down into Victoria is very severe. A lot of the steam charter services out of Victoria, one yellow, platform 15. A lot of the steam charter services out of London Victoria will actually have a banking engine on the back to help them. We need to get down for the 20. So it really hammers your braking performance because it is that steep. Oh, we got some southeastern services going in there as well on the right, the networker. Be interesting to see what score I'm going to get. We shall wait and see. We shall wait and see. So as a rule, coming into any terminal platform, you want to be doing no more than 50 miles an hour. Most companies will mandate that in their professional driving policy, 15 miles an hour at the platform ramps. We're actually arriving pretty good for time. I'm pretty impressed. The other thing that's not simulated but would be here in real life is TPWS loops, which is train protection warning system, and they are set for 10 miles an hour, so you want to be doing no more than 10 miles an hour coming towards the buffer stops. If you were in reality, you'd have an emergency brake application and it'd be tea and biscuits with your manager. And you want to aim to stop 6 foot away from the buffer stops. And we're going to do brake step 3. We're going to apply our DRA because the buffer stop is a red signal as far as we're concerned. Into neutral, 8, buffer stops, platform on the left. Okay, so we're going to go through the train shutdown procedure now. We're in brake step 3, DRA is set, neutral is set. We can put our lights to red. The 377 does have an auto tail light feature, but I did drive 377s, but I primarily used to drive 375s, which do not have an auto tail light feature on them, so I tend to use the tail lights as normal. Into off and key out. And the cab is shut down. Let's check our score. Oh, look at that. That's not too shabby. Not too shabby. We'll take that. Couple of little times we were sort of bang on the speed limit, but yes, nice kind of curves for the station stops. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. So I do hope you've enjoyed this little run on the Dovetail Games London commuter service for Train Sim World 2. It is a fantastic route, and if you haven't got it, I would highly recommend getting it. If you'd like to see more streams by me, I'd absolutely love to see you in the chat. You can visit my YouTube channel, youtube.com/DadRail. You can find me on social media, facebook.com/DadRail or twitter.com/DadRail, or visit my website or social media and there'll be a Discord link somewhere there. Thank you very much for watching, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure and hope to see you again soon.
Let me turn my mic on. Let me just turn off JD's thing because he's not here anymore. That was fantastic, wasn't it? There you go. Let's do that. Big me. Right. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Welcome back. That was a really interesting run there from DadRail. That was very educational. We've got one more bit going. Let's have a look at the schedule. It's just me now running a Let's Play. And we will be running with the Class 313 on East Coastway. Just a reminder, you should have them by now. There are these Steam rewards, which you should have picked up, which I think these ones on the bottom left corner. Back to the schedule, just a reminder of what happened today. We did the West Cornwall local, was a video from AJ Omega. Then we did the Steam reveal, Liverpool Crew 1958. Then we did the Boston Let's Play. We've just watched DadRail on London Commuter, and now we're moving into to me playing. And you know, what could go wrong? So I'm going to leave the camera off because there's no point having the camera on right now. And we'll get on. Let me turn the sound back on the game. Hopefully you can. JD going to wake up in the morning and see the stream still running. Yeah. Right. No one's told me I can't. To be fair. Right. Okay. Let's go. July. Put a bit of cloud. Put a bit of wind on. Right. So I wanted to do a Brighton to Seaford run, and then we'll do a Seaford to Brighton run. So let's do earlier in the day. Let's go for something like 8:40. Yeah, why not? Brighton to Seaford. 2 Charlie 1 4. I'm not going to be as good at doing this as DadRail just was. Just being really clear about that. Setting expectations. Right. We've got a key in, haven't we? Let's do that. Put it in neutral. And open the left doors, which is that one. Good. Now somewhere around here. Oh no, we leave that one off. Put that one on. And acknowledge acknowledge that. We probably want some lights. Head marker lights, probably that one. Don't need the cab light. Instrument dimmer is probably fine where it is. I don't even know what I'm looking for at this point. Am I looking for anything? Yeah, just press that a couple of times. Nope, I think we're done, aren't we? I think we're done. Is it time to go yet? Well, it looks okay on the outside. It says we're going to Seaford, so that's a win. Needs a pink livery. It does, Jason. It does. Get the doors closed. Speed limit is 25. Put it in forward. And let's get going. Well, I got a reward. I used the throttle. Go me. Right, just leaving Brighton now. Be taking the viaduct, over London Road Viaduct into London Road Station, which is our next stop. Camshaft control systems, they're the height of precision. Let's have a look back at Brighton Station there, in all its magnificence. Going over dead sections. There we go. We got power at last. That's it. That's what we needed to speed up. TLP, a cool dial. How does it a mod? This is the stock game. Should be the same thing. Let's have a look out at the London Road Viaduct there with my 313 coming over the top. Let's get some more power going. Although we're stopping in 500 yards. Trains like this kind of need to keep up to the limit or you're not going to hit your times. Right, coming into London Road Station just up ahead. I think it's remember rightly, this thing's got pretty decent brakes, so I'm just going to let it run. We should be stopping at that mark there, but you know what, the 4-car mark will do, it's all the same. It's a mark, it's stopping on the platform. It's a step forward from where I normally am. Open the doors. Everyone's going to be judging me for not driving properly now that you know how to do it properly. It's a good 4-car stop. It's a shame I haven't got 4 cars. Let's just say pretend that there's an extra coach there that you can't see. Those doors closed. Got 20 something seconds before it's time to go. At some point, maybe. Let's watch it from the outside. Now it's time to go. Right, speed limit is now 70, but we're less than a mile to Balscombe, so... Did you just walk around? Yeah, you can walk around in this. Trincham World, you can walk around. Like this. Passengers don't like it when you do that. They get all sorts of fussy. Just a tip. In my experience, sometimes even the stream viewers get a little bit nervous about that fact. But, you know, just tell them to chill, yeah? It's almost like the train can drive itself, with the key exception that it can't. But don't tell them the last bit, okay? Lessons here. Maybe not the ones you wanted to hear, but lessons. Right, 50 miles an hour coming into Moulscombe, 500 yards. Need a bit more brakes. Those brakes are not good. Oh, they're tread brakes. That's what the thing is. They're tread brakes. Tread brakes suck until you're going slow. That's the car stop point. Shall we have another look around? We have time. Let's find collectibles. Run, 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 run! Map. Run back to the train. Convinced I'm missing something. It's upsetting. Oh, we've got time. We've got time. Load time is over, but we haven't got to leave for a minute. Right. Lock doors. Next station is Fulmer. I think it's a football stadium or something here, isn't there? Yeah, you press the on button, don't you? Isn't there an on button on this thing? Yeah, power. There they are. One and a half miles to Fulmer. 70 mile an hour limit at the moment, but we're dropping to 60. Press the brightness buttons. Oh, cool. That's kind of neat. Oh, TLP, it sounds like you're playing Train Simulator 2022. This is Train Sim World. I believe there's a sale on at the moment where everything is rather well discounted, TLP, so if you haven't picked it up yet. Where is the button for setting the phasers to stun? Oh, the only stun that I'm afraid I've got here is my driving ability. Unfortunately, it's broken. So. Right, coming into Fulmer, braking a little bit earlier this time, in the hope that we don't need all of the brakes. We're a 3-car train, so somewhere down here there'll be a 3-car marker or an S marker. No idea where. Be in a place. How are we doing time? We've got plenty of time. There's no rush. Imagine if you're a passenger on my train at the moment. Will you just stop so I can get off? Nope. We need to stop in the right place. And we will be taking our time to get there. There you go, everybody. I've stopped in the correct place. Shall we have a wander? See what there is to be? Nothing up there. no. Run around here. Excuse me, folks. Coming through. Coming through. No. Oh, map. Go in a minute. 15 seconds. Let's get back to the cab. Excuse me, folks. Thank you very much. Shut the doors. Well, we beefed up the walking speed safe because when we were testing it, originally we set the walking speed and the running speed to be prototypical. You know, for real world, possibly even slightly optimistic, but you know, prototypical. And everyone who tried it came to the conclusion that no one will ever use first-person mode if it's that slow to move around. So basically, you think you walk at 15 miles an hour in the game. I don't know what your running speed is, but yes, that's why you can keep up with trains half the time. It's because, yeah, everyone came to the conclusion that it was just too slow to be fun. Right, heading for Lewes now. Lewes is where you actually join the Brighton main line. So the Brighton main line goes up to here, up to about Wivelsfield Junction, about there somewhere, which then comes down to Lewes. So some of the Eastbourne, the Victoria to Eastbourne trains will come down that way and across that way. They won't go to Brighton then across because they've got their own loop now. Well, that's it now. I've had for ages. Right, 3.8 to Lewes, although there is the 10 miles per hour in front of Lewes, which will screw. Yeah, it's this East Coast Way with the Class 313 that I'm driving. Well, exactly, safe. And that's the thing, it's how fast someone walks is not going to make or break the simulation side of it. You know, if you made the trains run faster than they should, that would be bad. But making it to where you can walk a little faster than you would in reality is helpful, not hindering. Get the brakes on a little bit because it goes from the 55 to the 10 fairly rapidly from what I remember, so I'm just going to at least get down to the 55 for the time being. What you can do is you can look. Oh, I see. No, 55 and then about another mile or a bit over a mile you then before you get to the 10, so we're okay. You're doing a javelin run to St Pancras? Nice, son. It's got. Whereabouts are you at the moment? I like maybe at southeastern high speed. Two miles to go. God, the brakes are a bit jumpy on this. Mind you, the fact I've got everything dialed up 200% in the cab, so it's probably not helping. Tansy Fuzzycat, you're on the 313 as well. Nice. Sonic Scott, just done your changeover at Ebbsfleet, now rolling on to HS1. Nice. Very good. Looks like I'm only getting Twitch chat. Mod ECM2, yes. So maybe if someone can just ping over the YouTube questions if there are any that come up that I need to respond to. There you go. 10 miles per hour and just over a mile. Wait, let's get this wrong. Yeah, it's a completely different simulation system, Snap style, aren't they? They're really the 313 and the 314 kind of. They share a body, but not a lot else. Their brakes, their control, power systems, everything is entirely different. Yeah, it's like it's jumping to maximum brakes all the time. Getting the charts overlaid as part of the UI in the cabin. Not at the moment, Cafe Boomer, but we have heard the request from people. But no, it's not something that we're looking at the minute. I think it is the dynamic brake that's doing it actually, Snap Style, you're right. It's the dynamic brake jumps to 100. It's one of these, isn't it? DP brake, no, that's the Trinity-Matic, not that one. Dynamic brake control, there we go. Just rely on the air brakes. Good shout, sorry I forgot about that, Snap Style, yeah. Leave it at 20 for a minute just to get to this 10 a bit faster. I remember the first time I was testing this route, and I went back over to the signalling and the infrastructure team, and I said to them, "Are you sure I should be slowing down to 10 miles an hour on the main line?" And they checked and they showed me, and yep, and according to the maps and the diagrams, that's exactly what it does. Yeah, the 313 driver, I don't think it's even something they can turn on. It's permanently off, Sonic Scott. I don't know why we've defaulted it to on, to be honest. See you later, talented Pussycat. There will be more stream tomorrow. Is it possible to add the Brighton mainline timetable services from Lewes to Eastbourne if the timetable is getting reworked? I mean, anything is possible, but I'm not aware the timetable's getting reworked. If you heard something I haven't. I should have had a wander around Lewes. It's a great station. Yeah, Graham, it's still on the list to be looked at, but no one has looked at it yet. But no, the job hasn't been forgotten. It's just on a very big pile of things that need to be done. General robustness has been kind of the priority of the team at the moment, resolving the issues that Rush Hour introduced. Get to speed up any moment. It's the front of the train at the 40. No, it does never seem to end, Derek. It's because there's always lots to do. Up to the 40. Right, and from here, I've got a single yellow here, and that's because the red will be holding us for the junction to cross over the opposing line. So that we can get on the branch down to Seaford. So we're waiting for a train coming in the other direction, basically. no rush. We rush to the red light, all we've got to do is stop. There he is. Should have visible sight of the signal in a minute to confirm it's a green. Yes, I know you can see it on the HUD, but there we go. 40 mile an hour across the junctions. We've got the indicator for Seaford. Sonny Scott, glad you enjoyed the reveal. Right, beyond the 40 now we've cleared the junction and we are good for South East Station in 2 miles. Super Sim Man, so signal indicates how many clear blocks there are ahead of you. Red means there are no clear blocks ahead of you and so you can't stop. So you must stop. It's exactly the opposite. Yellow means that you have 1 clear block, so you should expect a red to come up next after it. If there's double yellow, then that means expect a yellow, expect a red. And if it's green, it depends whether you're 4 or 3 aspect. You'll either get double yellow or single yellow. But or you might get another green, obviously. But yeah, if you start seeing yellows, start expecting to stop. 1.4 miles to South East. Just going to coast. Under a mile now. Got a minute to go to South East. For which we will be a little late. Oh no. I'll give you the external. Now. The motion blur extravagance. Slow down too much. Never mind. I promised we'd be late. I plan on delivering. Notch 3. Doors open. Let's have a quick look round. Run, run, run. We've got time. We've got time. Boy, you lot, get out of my way. Ooh, nice jumper. It's going to be trouble getting back to my cab, isn't there? Too many of you lot. Yeah, I'm putting this poster up. It's better. I've done my job. I'm now going to do my other job. Part-time work. It's important on the railways. Right. Locked doors. We're late. We're officially holding everybody up by doing my part-time job. Right. Close the doors. Right, New Haven town, 2.7 miles. Speed limit is 70, no 60. It's going to be 70. When you're playing outside of streams, testing content, HUD or HUDless. If I'm testing content, always with the HUD, because I want to make sure the HUD is doing the right thing. If I'm playing for myself these days, quite often I'll turn the HUD off. Bit of a mix. But to be honest, given that I'm always testing, you know, it's very rare that I am just playing for playing's sake, because if anything goes wrong, then the HUD is there to tell me what's gone on. What I try and do is ignore the HUD as much as possible. But I'm not quite enough disciplined for that. I keep looking at it. Will this be one of those 5-hour stream, or are you off after this run? I'm going to do one more run in the other direction. Because this is an hour's slot, and it's about half an hour each way. So. .6 miles till it drops to 35. Oh, I quite often play outside of hours Cafe Primo. I used to stream regularly, but these days I don't get the opportunity to do that like I would normally. Partly because I do this Ralph TV streams. No, I play the game a lot. Right, this is the New Haven aggregates facility over on the right. This is where your 66 will be taking the J&A wagons and loading and unloading, loading. In reality, they use JCB diggers, and we couldn't get the animation team to do that, tech team to make it work, so we've got a great big loader over there. There's a 35. Is there anything in presence here? No. Wow, no sheds at all. Sometimes you'll go past here, and even if it's not moving, you'll see a shed sat around. That plus break equals playing Wreckfest. You know, I haven't fired up Wreckfest in so long. Definitely getting some withdrawal. I need to play that some more. This will be a stop board at the end of the platform, I'm assuming, given the shortness of the platform. There it is. I got this follow-on to Subnautica Below Zero Crucible, but I've not actually played the finish. I've nowhere near finished playing it. It's really good. Doors shut. Off we go, New Haven Harbour, just round the corner. also got a 20 limit coming up as well. On time. Bah humbug, what's on time mean? I have no idea what these words are. Don't talk in a foreign language to me. Staggered platform, if I remember rightly, on this one. So you got the northbound on here, and then you get the footbridge, and then just left. Yeah, and this is the southbound platform down here. Oh no, it's not staggered, it's just a lot shorter. Okay. Are you gonna stop then? Crikey. Got the boat down here that the art team had fun with. Little joke there for the older of us to recognise. Right, now we take the branch to the left, which is why it's 20 from here. We roll onto the branch. So if you look at the map, we started here, we went over to Lewis, took the branch down here, and we're now running onto Seaford Line, destination Seaford down here. A couple of stops. Yeah, I'm slightly jealous, Derek, of those going to the trip on Monday. I wanted to go, but I just can't. I've got too much on. It's a mile to go to the next station, so I can speed up a bit more. Old disused platform. The Brighton route safe is all set for modern day. Bishopstone coming up. Bishopstone Beach Halt, that was apparently. Thank you, Sonic Scott. I think that AWS is literally warning that we're running out of railway. Notice how we're just single track here. The other interesting thing is which platform we're going into in Seaford. Because Seaford's only got one platform, and we're going to arrive at platform 2. Missed the stop board. Oh well. Brakes on this thing, useless. Yeah, so we're going to platform 2. Down the end here, this is platform 2. And it's because there used to be 2 platforms down here and they got rid of platform 1. And you can't rename platforms, or the system on that manages railway is a right old mess. You can't do that. That doesn't make sense. So they just leave things where they are. It's like when they add a new platform beginning, they don't renumber them. They just call it platform 0. Like Raynham's got a platform 0, Gravesend's got a platform 0. It's better that than renumbering things and confusing the heck out of everybody. Yellow lights for approaching Seaford. We can't overshoot this stop. Bad things happen. Plus, we literally can't overshoot this stop. Yeah, so previously the junction would have come off here and gone down the left-hand side. It's where platform 2 was, just over there, where that where it's all fenced off there. Platform 1, sorry, was down on this left-hand side. Arriving into Seaford, platform 2, as you can see from the sign over there. Let's unlock the doors. Back on marker lights. Turn that off. Now that's the first run done. Gold medal. Good, good. Let's return to free roam. 092430. So let's get this cab shut down. Into off. Take the master key off. And let's change ends.
All our trains and stations are no smoking areas. Please do not smoke until you have left the station premises. This includes...
You know what, we'll do it this way. It's all fine. Oh, what are you doing opening that? Haha. Right. No, I'm not going to close them behind me. Right, key in, put it into neutral. That neutral, not the other type of neutral. Put the headlights on. I think we're good. We've got 3 or 4 minutes, so that means it's time to wander around and find collectibles. Yeah, this was platform. Platform 1 was here. For some reason I always thought it was another platform over on the left, but no, I saw a photograph of it a while back and it's this gap in here. Where are the collectibles? I see a map. What else have we got? A bunch of passengers that are annoying me. Get out of my way, thank you. Oh, this is a bicycle repair thingy. Well, you're all very cheerful today. Well, look, there's another one. Let's get that going. I'm sure there's one more. Time you got. Plenty of time. Can't go down that way. Where is it? Got the ticket machine. It's got a map, ticket machine, bicycle repair facility. Don't know what the last one is. Crikey, you lot. The entirety of Seaford have come out for this journey. Don't know if we're flattered or concerned. Run like heck down the end of the platform. Broken fence just off the platform, but towards Bishopstone. Okay. Fence holes is the other collectible. There you go. That's it there, isn't it? Go repaired. Sitting here chatting about platform 1, waffling on and on about it, completely missing that that was the collectible. Nice. Right, let's get back to the train. Less than a couple of minutes. No, it is just around a couple of minutes now before departure. Well, you three look pretty stern. Well, I'm disappointed it's a 313. Oh, I wanted something more fun. Well, oh my lot. Oh, is this what Seaford's like? See, you're alright. You're nice and relaxed. You're chill. What's going on with this lot? Right. Okay, you lot. Crikey, this train's never going to get moving. All that lot get on. Yeah, it looks like Restream's gone to bed. Oh, I know what's wrong with Restream. Hang on a minute. Because, of course, JD's logged out. Probably logged out of Restream, which means it's switched off the Dewberry thingy. What's it? I can't find the chat option. It's gone away. Yeah, the chat option's gone away. Nice, Restream. Nice. Right, so let's get the doors open. So we find these lots steadfastly refusing to get on. I think they're waiting for a load unload instruction. Yeah, there's normally an option for web chat, and it's completely gone away. Of course, unless someone joins the web chat, it doesn't do the bot. Right, load unload. Yeah, see, they're just pretending to get on my train. Shut the doors. And now try again. There we go. Oh my word, this train is never going to get moving. I think we're at max capacity now. What's wrong with the middle carriage? Well, you know. Well, that carriage is full. There's a few loners in the middle carriage. And then it's all full again. Sorry, I'm just checking the back channel to find out what the mods are saying. Restream.io/chapel, I'll try that. Nope, that just brought me to the normal page. No, it appears that the chat option hasn't gone. Right, okay, let's get out of here. Everyone from Seaford will be joining us on this trip to Brighton. How is the team organised? Oh, I just realised I forgot to turn AWS on. How is the team organised? So we've got a route build. We've got three route building teams that work on projects. We've got the loco building team, the art team that sort of distribute themselves however they need to be. Sometimes you need 4 artists on a loco. Sometimes you only need 1. That was single red. So got a single yellow. Sorry, the red signal's just gone green. Good. We've got, again, the setup team divide themselves according to the project, and we've got production, so myself, there's 2 other producers, including Adam, and then there's assistant producer. There's development managers who look after the sort of the day-to-day of, you know, chasing down, getting tickets resolved, and so on and so forth, and hitting dates for builds. It's kind of like that. The only one that's actually split out formally is the environment team, because they're the single biggest team by a long shot. I mean, even the individual teams for each route are bigger than most of the other teams. Well, I think they're about five people each now, so they're probably similar sized. Gameplay team is 7. Oops. Perfect stop. This is exactly what was planned. Get the doors open. How can you connect your PS4 to PC? Do you mean your PS4 controller? I think USB, and then Steam has a thing which makes the PlayStation controller work. Yeah, so essentially production will put together the spec of things that are being made, and then agree that with the individual teams and make sure that everything, then they'll input was like, well, we could just do this, or don't do that, it's really, really difficult, or whatever the output is. That goes to a more complete spec, which then the teams will then work on. Dev management manage it on a day-to-day basis, production review it. It's not Scrum, but it's also not waterfall. When I managed the early stages of making TSW, I ran it as a slightly more formal Scrum process, and it didn't really work, if I'm honest. I mean, it was okay, but it was slightly chaotic nature, the way that the development happened, or the way the problems were solved or understood, and new issues discovered, all the rest of it, that meant that you'd set up a 2-week sprint, and then 3 days into it realised that you had to do 2 different weeks. Oh, I just realised we haven't cut the dynamics out. It's better. Waller, I don't know what it is at the moment. I think it might be on sale at the minute. Normally TSW2 is $24.99. I think the route East Coastway is $24.99. The local I'm driving is $11.99. But they're all on sale at the moment, so my guess is a lot cheaper than that. Coming into New Haven Harbour, coming off, you can see Bryan Ferries over there on the left. We are coming off of the branch line, 20 miles an hour, please. £6.24. Wow. That's the 3-car stop there. Stop! Alright, stop at the fake 3-car stop, then I don't mind. We're in the 3.5-car stop. Because that's the thing. Yeah, eventually, I think towards the end of that phase of dev, I think it was Kanban I was more using, to be honest. It's kind of like, here's all the tasks, which ones are we doing, and just keep calling things off as they were needed. It kind of, the dynamicness of it flowed better. It was meant less trackable. Scrum is more trackable than Kanban, but it worked with the team better, because there's no point coming up with a great plan and then throwing it away 3 days later all of the time. That's... You're kidding yourself if you think you're tracking anything when you do that. 35-minute post there. Next station is New Haven Town, which is just this one coming up here. Again, we're on greens, so no problem. Kids always do better than we do, Jason. Cameron was always like that with MSTS back when he and I played that. Green signal box is curious. Doors opened. I just told it to unlock the other doors. Excellent. That's why Y and U should not be next to each other. Shut the wrong doors. Hopefully nobody fell out. Right, we're off to South East. I think after South East we are off to, yeah, Lewis. Probably more down to the tools we're using, to be honest, Cafe Boomer. That, and I've not done Kanban training. I've done Scrum training, but I've not done Kanban training, so I'm probably not doing it right. It's a recycling centre here. Did anything turn up here? Well, that's tedious. I was hoping to see some shed action. About 2 miles to southeast, 70 miles an hour. It'll drop down to 60. Actually, it's dropping down to 60 just before southeast. That'll be in readiness for the 40 mile an hour into Lewis. There's the other one going the other way. Next freight is a 10:11 from Lewis, so we'll be gone by then, I think. Look, gone. Probably even be in Brighton by then. Yep. That recycling centre is something else from Brightly Cafe Boomer. It's supposed to be like at the top of its game in terms of what it can do and how it does it, I think. I can't remember the details, but from what I gather it was industry leading. Right, coming into Southeast Station. Always overestimate the braking capability of this train. Everybody's come out to experience riding on a train I'm driving, aren't they? This is what it is. I notice that South East is evacuating as well. There's not too many people abandoning ship. Plenty of people doing the dance and failing miserably to get on. That's fine. East Coastway is modern-ish, Cafe Boomer. I don't remember the exact year, but it's essentially modern. Lewis is next, 60 miles an hour now. There's the 40 and 2.1 miles, that'll be the junction onto the main line. Meanwhile, we can grip it and rip it. 0.2 to the 40. Coos. Taking the power off, let it coast. Going downhill gently so the train will be slowing down. But I'll assist it with some friction brakes in a bit. That alarm is because of the 40. It's warning of that. This one's for the signal, so you get a bell. Almost down to the 40. There you go. It's the junction with the main line. Here it's on into Lewis. I get the 60, but you know, it's 60, and by the way, you're dropping to 40 in a minute. That's basically what that's saying. So, yeah, repeat, basically. Get the 20 down to get 20 miles an hour down to 10 miles an hour, if I remember rightly. That'll be because of the drop again. Possibly because of this 20, I think. Yeah, it's a 20 limit coming up. So this is the start of the 40. And then just round the corner here, 600 yards away, the start of the 20. Which I overbraked for, but never mind. Yes, in the UK we only use lower horns for quite a while now. It's only the low horn that's used, unless you know you're doing a horn show for a train fan that you're going past, in which case Star Wars soundtrack is it's appropriate. And we get a 10 potentially as well. At some point down here it will drop to 10. There it is. Star going on the way. That one's going for Hastings, so that'll be an Eastbourne train. Bell. Brighton Lewis shuttle sitting in the platform over there. Not in service. I've got the green light. roaring off. Remember, it's at 10 miles an hour. Was the town of Not in Service modelled? No, the same as the town of Nichteinsteigen was never modelled as well. On the wrong thing and moved the window. Apologies, YouTubers. Restream chat bot went bye-bye and now I can't see what you're saying. I do apologise. Right, Falmer is next. I think it was where the Amex Stadium and Brighton and Hove Albion is, isn't it? Did I put the tail lights on? Yeah, I'm sure oh, they'll leave it with markers on. I put the wrong ones on. I left it with markers on. Oh dear, let's just go fix that. No one tell the passengers that no one's driving the train yet. It's important that I get the lights right, yeah. I'm stuck. Dang it. Tail lights. There we go. Back in front. I'm so glad this train doesn't have a DVD. Oh, hello, it's got dark. Scary. So fine. If I could make one change right away, what would it be? Oh, I have no idea. There's so many things I want to do. Have it all use a lot less memory, for one thing, I guess. VR support. Oh, good shout out, Scott. That's an excellent shout. If you haven't spotted it, by the way, these fields are time dependent, so at different times of the year you'll see the crops in different stages of growth. Hello Jamie, how's it going? So I wouldn't complain about Delta or replace it, to be honest, so it's good. Still a couple of miles away from Falmer. Got your 009 layout working better, so all good. Excellent. Speed limit drops, going through the tunnel. Spooky. Less spooky. Yeah, I got your VR joke, Crucible. VR being the Finnish rail operator. Another 313. There's a 3-car stop just over there, look. Guess we're stopping at the fake 3-car stop again. Wow. We missed the 4-car stop even. Or did we? Where is it? Ah, it's close enough to that. No, that's pretty much bang on the 4-car stop. It won't be long now, Sonic Scott. We have got Moulscombe, London Road, Brighton, and that's it. Which isn't very many miles. We are due in 9:59, so about 9 more minutes. What comes next? It's quite a good little route, this. It doesn't take long to do anything. So you can do multiple things. So we are 1.2 miles to Moulscombe, and then shortly after drops to 455, so that's fine. It won't affect us. What is that, idiot? Is that a thing on the platforms, or is that a train announcement? I know what it means, just not sure where you're expecting to see it. Yeah, I know what it means, Chris. Chris. I don't know where it is on this route, though. I don't think Twitch will let you post links, Cafe Boomer. I think it will. I think there is a bot, and I think it looks for links. So, your best bet is to ping a moderator and like ModECM2, and they will help you. Right, Moulscombe. Been sat on break 2 for ages, and it's just not stopping. Driven 31.3 miles for the win. Looks like it's an S board, stop board. Doors open. Oh, I see, Iliad. Sorry, yes, I get it now. London Road, a mile. I remember doing a 24-hour stream, and I put the last thing I was going to do on that 24-hour stream was a really hard PZB, a German PZB scenario. Ooh, rage quit. It's a really good scenario, but really difficult. You're the great annoying, yeah. I generally am Sonic Scott, and generally I don't rage quit. It happens very rarely, but you know what? Well, after a 24-hour stream, you're pretty tired, and the veneer comes off, to be blunt. I've only ever done a 24-hour stream twice, and I won't do it again. But because every time since then I've done 2 15-hour streams. But the yeah, it was. Yeah, the sort of the last 4 hours of the 24-hour streams were comical, I would say. They were quite frustrating for me because struggling to stay awake, and unfortunately driving trains actually is so calming and relaxing. It puts me to sleep, so that's even worse. No, and quite rightly so. Twitch, there was the guidance I got. One of the reasons I changed over was because they said that, you know, at the time they had no rules saying you can't do 24-hour streams, but they wouldn't support, promote, or do anything at someone doing a 24-hour stream because they'd had people with major health issues as a result of it, so that was when I switched to doing a pair of 15-hour streams. And I much preferred it, even though overall it's longer. I much preferred it, and I didn't then need to take another day off work to become human again. Don't your eyes hurt after all the time? No, Jason. I mean, I use the computer all day and don't really have any problem with that. I'm getting new glasses though, so. Because I can't read anything close to me anymore, so I'm getting old people glasses. Boo. Yeah, we've done quite a lot of money raising Moricom. I think that's like 40,000 in total for charity, which is brilliant. New pick headphones. I've already got 2 pairs. How many more do you think I need? And the answer to that question is many more, many more. Right, coming out of London Road, we'll be going across the big viaduct, 30 miles an hour, and then we'll be heading across into Brighton. No, they're boring metal ones like I've currently got. The last time I got creative with my choice of glasses, I got in trouble with the wife, so. I don't do that anymore. I don't like getting in trouble with the wife. It might be, Scotty, that they, again, like I said, it's they don't stop you doing it, but they certainly don't encourage or support it in any form. The 24-hour streams. Yeah, probably got about these ones about that time, Derek, and since then I've kneeled on them and bust all of the lenses out, and now they're just sort of gently pressed in, so I've no idea if they're even in the right place, so, you know, it's fine, yeah, that was a pain. I mean, I was just hunting around in one morning, as you do. You miss your alarm, you wake up a bit late, and you're like, oh. So you're running around and you try and find out where your glasses are. They're always on the top of your bedside. No. So you're scratching around on the floor, and then all you hear is this crunch, crunch. Oh, I bet that was my glasses. Oh. It's the big flaw. Hunting for your glasses would be much easier if you had your glasses, you know? Nature should think of this. No, I've got no sense of style at all, Crucible, so my general rule of thumb is, do they look about like what I've got already? Can't go wrong. Honestly, I don't have to look at them, so I kind of don't care what they look like, I've got to be honest. And that's Brighton Station. Brilliant. Yeah, my frame's fine. I just pushed the lens out, so I've been able to pop them back in, no problem. But you once knocked your glasses off going down a narrow circular staircase on the roof of York Minster. Fortunately, someone else at the party found them. Wow. Dear oh dear. Right, okay, folks. Let me pop it back to this one. Right, that's it for this evening. Thank you very much for watching. Big thank you to AJ Omega and DadRail, and also to Game Over Gaming, who unfortunately their video we weren't able to use. We'll try and get that one available at some point as soon as we can. But that's it from the stream this evening. I'm going to leave you with the trailer for the sale, and then I shall be out. Thanks very much. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got some cool stuff lined up. I don't have the scheduled page to bring up for tomorrow, but trust me, there's some good stuff, including the Creators Club stuff. So we'll see you then. Cheers, everybody.